Welcome to MMR night.
It's so Jover.
Just about to head in.
Never getting
How
Jerry
y'all doing?
back.
Hi, Pedro.
Never getting Jerry.
Jerry lives there now.
Hmm. Jerry has become one with that mud kip or whatever lives there. Whooper.
Whooper.
Not a single thought in its head.
Nope. Except apparently dance.
True.
I guess technically it doesn't really live there anymore. It's staying with fucking Nikolai.
They are 3 days too early for that bullshit, so that's fun. People are shooting off fireworks.
Oh. Yeah, they do that. Okay. Okay, I have my right. I don't have my extra voice mod on, so that's good. Hey, Seriex, how you doing? It has. How you been? But head in. All right, back into this voice. We are going to have a great time tonight. It is very exciting. This is also very exciting. Hopefully Echo and the others are around. At least some of them. I did pass along messages. Somewhat.
I'm sure someone would.
Yes.
Well, get.
At least there would be good news.
Will show up.
No, what I have been doing recently. Oh, it seems all the excitement has continued. Oh, unfortunate having to miss the event. But it was for a very good cause.
Indeed, yes.
Since Jaden and Maury haven't been home all that much the last week.
Hello, darlings.
Yeah. Hi, Wolfen.
Oh, hello, Jerry. Been too long, have you been, dear? Hello, dear. I have the
Jerry
greatest
saw
news.
the pillow pile and just immediately dove in.
Yay. Oh, yes. Well, I have been in negotiations for some time trying to find a proper place for a shrine for myself, and obviously the Ryokan idea and the onsen for Echo, and I have finished the preparations. Simply need to sign paperwork tomorrow. It is only the land, obviously.
That's
Still need to put things back together properly, considering the surrounding area took a bit of a burning out in a fire. But that means that the area is free for new kami, considering the guardian deity was a tree.
Ooh.
So I'm going to have a proper shrine.
That's
Super hard. I did not hear any of what he said.
unfortunate for the previous kami. I suppose that's a prime opportunity for yourself.
Exactly. These things happen, especially if you are a kami of wood, which technically I'm somewhat, but I'm much smaller and I have better preparation from that.
Well, if you need help with
Yes.
construction or whatnot, I'll be willing to lend a hand.
Oh, wonderful. You and Kenshi seem to be interested, yes?
I can also help as well. I also got a lot of physical strength myself.
Exciting.
Oh, look at that. I won't have to lift a finger at this rate.
But you will anyway.
I don't think Kenshi's going to be doing much.
Perhaps.
For a while.
At least for my shrine. There are very few people who can touch it.
Well, yes, of course. That is a given. I will be heading that.
Good, as you should.
Oh, yeah, she's big enough.
Yep.
That does mean I have to do something I do not wish to do, but it is for a good cause, I suppose.
Hey, Kise.
Wait,
Yes,
what?
dear.
If you need me to, I could actually call in a favor back home and get some bees to help you with the construction. Well, everybody else at my village, except for me, is in tune with nature magic and is really good at just getting the nearby plants to build structures themselves.
Oh, interesting. The only problem is there are not as many plants at the moment, given what happened. So the first things first will be plenty of landscaping.
Yeah, they can do that
We
too.
can get plenty of
'cause they can
sakura.
just like grow plants out of the ground. Yeah, we can do that too.
Oh, wonderful.
My Onyx could actually help with that.
Mm,
Yeah.
And my Pokemon.
Exciting.
Yeah, if you stay back home, like, we have a bunch of buildings
at
that are-
Orlando Soccer, that large rock snake that I acquired.
Yes! Goodness, that was so long ago.
They're particularly
I need to get back to
terrifying.
Orlando Soccer, though I've heard things have gotten
Pokemon by the
quite
name of
insane there.
Onyx.
Yeah. But yeah,
Intriguing.
if you've ever seen back home, they have a lot of buildings that are just made out of nearby trees and plants that are just woven together into the shape of a house. We never even had to like cut them down or anything.
Oh.
Yeah, I remember that.
Suppose that such things could work, but there's certain architecture that needs to be done properly for a shrine and other things.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Well, that's just the easy method. We're also good at it as like a manual labor force.
Well, wonderful.
I'm sure we can find a way to
Excited.
blend
We can need extra
multiple
bodies at
architecture
least.
styles.
We'll need plenty of help because there shall be, well, my shrine, but
Yeah.
Sigurd is taking care of that. Then the proper estates for all of us, and the ryokan. Need to make a proper area for the onsen.
What's up? What's
Then
up,
I
Jerry?
need
Yeah,
administration,
grab the tablet and
a
open it
place
up. Here you go.
for
Can't forget the
Misogi.
gates.
Quite a few structures that will be needed. But that is exciting. Also, I will need several. I will need some komainu for the shrine, and then some stone lanterns.
Jerry says he thinks your estate needs a mud pit as well.
You mean actual Komainu or
Perhaps
statue
far
Komainu?
away, Jerry. It isn't necessary to keep things clean near a shrine.
Aren't there some of those spa treatments where it's like mineral enriched? Yeah, like mineral enriched mud for skincare.
Perhaps, though this is not a spa like that. It's a proper onsen.
Back home we tend to use
Yeah,
beeswax
in
instead of
onsen,
mud.
You're supposed to clean yourself before you get in.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's the first thing you learn when going to an onsen. You clean yourself before you get in the water.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, I remember that when I used to go to the Kitsune onsen. I
Hmm.
haven't been there in a long time.
Perhaps I shall take some inspiration from that, considering they have all the buildings, though, aside from the estates.
I'm gonna put the runes up to where if you're not clean, you can't enter. So
Ooh, I like it.
That's a good idea.
It's a barrier.
Yeah.
Wonderful idea, my love.
Aw, adorable.
I'm not always just focused on fighting. I have a brain.
Oh,
sometimes.
I noticed. There's a wonderful one. I know you've been quite hard at work with that project of yours.
Yes, though I will admit that some of it is giving me issue. Well, makes me miss my friend Kelvin. He would know exactly what to do with such a project.
Perhaps, though. I suppose that would also be the easier route, would it not? You get to think like him.
That was going to be the next point I make. In order to do right by him, I am trying to figure it out without us,
Hello, Dusko.
Disco.
Hi, Chrono.
without help.
Understood, Chrono. But yeah, Echo would absolutely get the note that,
Everything is progressing nicely.
they're signing the
and it should
paperwork
be
for the land
done
tomorrow.
Soon, they're just a matter of the housing, the certain item that would be powering the whole thing.
Let's go.
Hmm.
Let's go.
And taking or siphoning off the mana from that, putting into the canisters, and using that as essentially fuel.
Hmm. All this idea of magitech is still strange.
Let's go.
Well, I wouldn't say this is magitech, it's just more magic, because there's not a single ounce of technology in it.
Let's go.
That is good. I've been worried about that, considering the casing.
Well, the casing itself is just metal, though some of it's retrofitted for, has been repurposed or redone entirely. I've paid some people to make some transmutation adjustments. Certain parts are mithril.
Ooh.
Certain other parts are more silver. Other parts are anything that is a metal that can conduct magic easily.
Oh, darling, you needed some transmutation. Simply needed the metals.
Yes, some of it was more I purchased raw materials.
Well, yes, darling, remember, the flesh golem was quite good at fabrication.
Yes, my dear, but I'm sure you don't exactly know how to form the chassis that I would need for such a project.
Yes, I
Not
suppose.
saying you can't do it, you just have more trouble.
And I've
doing
been
it since
busier
you're
with
not
other
familiar
things,
with it.
important things.
Yes, my project is more of a hobby project, I suppose.
Hmm.
Though I am making sure that it is completely technology free, just in case you wish to drive it.
Let's go.
Mm-hmm. Drive something. Hmm. I will enjoy being driven.
Well, yes, that's why I also made sure I retrofitted another seat on top of it.
Let's go.
Oh.
Let's go.
Oh, hello, dear.
And plus it'd give us a more slow moving
Cute.
means of transportation
Yeah.
to
Hmm.
enjoy the sights of the world of man.
Let's go.
Well, I shall look forward to it then.
You.
Yeah.
While also instantaneously traveling wherever we wish.
Yeah, he's not kinda down.
In style.
I'm a little down.
That is the most important part.
Let's go.
Yes, we will look damn good on this.
Yeah, I guess I am a bit down.
You always do.
Can't really place why.
Let's go.
Hmm.
Ow, 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 ow.
Though recreating the runes from scratch has been a challenge. I have to, I suppose, make my own.
Hmm.
Not exactly easy.
Well, if you need any literature, perhaps something in the Wicarium has something to help. You can take a look. They do have that auction coming up.
Oh, let's go.
Perhaps.
Runesmithing's part of magic I haven't really delved into too much, but it does seem interesting. I know Via was
Hi, Jerry.
working on some rune magic. Maybe try and reach out to her.
Well, Roland, a lot of the rune magic that I've seen people use are quite literally the runes of my people.
Huh, let's see.
So,
Okay.
I am quite well versed in these runes.
Fair enough.
So adorable.
Hmm.
I mean, Daisy is, yeah.
Hence the whole cow fiasco.
How are you?
Ah, yes. Orlando Saga should perhaps look into things a bit better.
I heard the word cow.
Let's go.
So cute.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Because you don't have to hide over the edge, dear. Hmm.
Which one of you is listening with a ponytail?
I guess I just like
Oh,
being here.
David, the bee.
Hmm. I suppose.
How dare. How
I
dare
You're-
you
like
do
being in
this?
the center of things.
I thought
Oh,
I
that
could
is a
trust
shame. That is where most of the fun is.
Blah.
You just pulled out hair like that.
Let's go.
I don't like being touched.
I just go.
Understandable. Neither do I most of the time.
Let's go.
Goodness, you would imagine how many people have pat my head without permission.
Anyone who touches you ends up losing a limb.
Understandable.
Let's go.
Hello, Jerry.
I'm sorry, darling. I knew you were around last week, yes? Dirge, was it?
Let's go.
Yes, I'm Dirge.
Go.
I'm Jane's friend.
I see. A pleasure to meet you,
We're
Kisagawa.
colleagues.
Yamigama Kise.
Let's go.
Kise.
Yes, I'm head of aftercare here.
Let's
The
go.
healers.
They are noodles.
Ah,
They're not sneaky. They're noodles.
those
I
guys.
think-
No healers
I
and
think-
doctors
I
all
think
seem
Jerry
to be,
takes
usually end up
offense to
being
being
quite nice
compared to a
people.
snake.
Oh, indeed. Imagine what can happen when one has a guilt a bit more attuned to life and, I suppose, love than war.
I
Yeah.
don't know much about
I get that.
I know what that is.
A bit different from me, I guess.
It's a little cartoon about
Huh?
a sponge named Bob.
Oh,
I've
what?
heard you're from Zafira.
Well, I've...
A sponge.
Yes.
Poor dear. Poor dear.
I thought you were talking about a worm.
Quite a place.
No,
Yeah.
The
Let's
Alaskan
go.
glowworm was
Hmm.
meme
Still my
spawned
home.
from a cartoon about a sponge. Yeah.
I do suppose, but I worry for those that are there.
So loud.
Let's go.
It can be a good place. It's got good people in it.
Maybe I'm startled.
Some, yes, I have seen. Plenty of the guild goes and lives there around, so.
At least it tries
Let's
to
go.
pretend it's things. At least it doesn't try and pretend it's anything it's not.
I do suppose. Hmm.
Let's go.
The question is, what is it?
Let's go.
Seems everyone is fighting
A
against whatever it
dangerous
is.
place.
Hmm.
Hello.
But that can change. It can be a safe place. You just have to put some effort in.
Oh, indeed. Seems people are doing that, but
Jerry,
I suppose that is changing what
Let's
it
go.
is.
untwist the noodle. There you go.
Hmm.
All right, bud.
What thought I'm working towards?
Let's go.
That was me.
Oh, that is nice to hear.
But
What do you do,
I'm
dear?
fine with
Jane.
this. It seemed
Oh.
like he was understanding you.
I don't know if you were.
Jerry can understand a surprisingly large amount of languages. It's just speaking.
Do you work for anyone in particular?
We still,
Mm.
we still have to get
Myself?
at least to get the speaker, the translator speaker thing.
Like,
Yeah,
cops?
I'll remind.
No, dear.
I'll remind Jaden to get in touch with
Good.
Elise to see how that's coming along.
I'm a commie. I
I'll
do
hold
not
you to
need to
that.
deal with that.
Promise.
Aside from whatever
Ah.
helps this place.
Yeah, Elise is currently working on like a
I
Live
work in the
translation
same gang Jane
kind of
does.
speaker.
Oh, I
that,
see.
Jerry
That's
can
cool.
carry around.
Hmm.
And basically.
I do not ask too many questions about Jane's proprieties outside of things.
In the past.
Mm-hmm.
I suppose it is
No,
good she has
it's
company.
Nothing. She really does deserve it.
Indeed. Hmm.
She's a lot better than a lot of the other people out there.
Many of the people that come here are, I've noticed. I assume there's a reason they would come here then. They seem to understand.
Just making noises.
I suppose I'm just here for a little
I
bit
think
of
you might have said something wrong with the way Jerry's
comfort.
looking at you.
That is a good reason, and one we provide for the most part. To those that are willing to follow the rules and whatnot and not be ruffians.
I think you might have accidentally said
And those who choose to be ruffians
Jerry's language.
have to deal with me
Coffee in my language.
and the rest of the security team. Once again, I'm not trying to cause any problems, but I suppose I can give you warnings on how not to cause issues.
Something's
Please
gone
don't
very
touch me.
fucking
Please don't
wrong
mention
with-
certain
wrong with
things.
my vibe. If
Hmm.
the fucking voice-
Well, darling, the
Oh,
first is
well.
easy. The second may be a little difficult considering we do not know what these things are.
Fair enough.
Yes, no one should be touching anyone without their consent to begin with.
Exactly.
Yeah, no touching at all. Any sort of touch. I don't like.
Indeed.
Then, if someone does, you can come find me or any other of the security staff. Well, I do not see Keith.
In
I believe
fact,
he walked
Keith
in.
Should be rather plainly aware on how to not set me off. So, I don't want
Oh.
to explain to you the words that I don't like hearing because they set off old memories. Because, well, I think that's self-explanatory, right?
Indeed. Though if Keith
Yes,
knows, I
well,
suppose he can pass along information.
Yes, I can inquire.
It's just, I mean, it's things that probably shouldn't even come up here. Stuff like and old gods, stuff like that.
Oh, well,
I've been through
I can't guarantee gods won't come up here.
Again, darling, I'm a kami.
It's fine. It's just one.
And I also cannot guarantee that no councilman will show up here either.
I mean, I'll manage. If it's too bad for me, I'll leave.
Good.
Worst case scenario, we do have security room that you might be able to retreat to. Though, given the security measures in place, you would be promptly banished using the spell before you are able to harm anyone, if that's what you're
Well, that's
concerned
good.
about.
I never intentionally tried to harm people, at least people like this.
That is good.
Never mind.
Luckily, this is the place for those who seek to not unintentionally do so.
Yes, you are.
It's,
I think they're going up.
well, I heard that was why I came, and then when
There you are.
Jane was here,
Well, you
it
lie
was
to me.
kind of.
Why do you think you're not that girl?
Well, we had a very long talk here, and it was one I was very fond of. So I guess it's
I'm just kind of off tonight, I guess.
something
Can I
that,
help?
those sort of good memories that brings me back here.
I don't know.
Thank you.
That is good to hear.
Well, that's good. Yes, Jaden is
Really
Well.
don't pop into my head.
a regular here as...
Jane.
How dumb.
Oh, what?
Jane, dear.
Well, if you're feeling off tonight, do you think?
Oh, Jane. I thought he said Jaden. My
How you
bad.
doing, buddy?
Oh,
Better than usual.
Jane. Oh, yes, Jane.
Yes.
Well, they're a regular here too.
Indeed.
I think they show up quite often.
Oddly enough,
So yes, Jane is a regular here.
No, I'm still tired all the time.
I do have one.
You know what I mean. You look a little
So
better.
do I.
I don't know how to describe it.
Hey.
Hello, dear. Oh,
Happier. There we go.
Keith,
That's what I was
good
going
news. Tomorrow,
okay,
no,
teleport
this is
prep.
good news.
So are you.
No.
for. Okay.
Tomorrow, I'm going to be, well, technically, we are going to be signing paperwork and transferring some coin for our new land for the shrine in the ryokan. Our new
Oh,
estates.
thank God, finally.
Then get
You
this
two have been
over
needing
with.
a proper place of your own for a long time. I've been waiting on it.
Indeed. However, there's still a lot of work to do, but many people have said they will help with construction. But considering it is just land at the moment, and quite a bit of flat land, considering the fire raced through and killed the Guardian Kami at the time. But that means there is space for me to become the new Guardian
Ooh,
Kami.
Jesus.
hmm
Fair enough.
So my Kami of smoke
Well,
and technically
best
some
of luck
fire, that I
to
can control it better. Win-win for everyone.
Fair enough. That's the only downside of shrines being made entirely out of wood and paper.
Yes, but it was more along the lines that the Guardian Kami was a tree.
Well, let's go.
Oh, God. I'm sorry for that.
Yes, it is unfortunate,
Well-
but it helps me.
Either way, the land would have opened up to a new for Kise anyway, because there's regardless would be no Kami there.
Mm-hmm.
Fair. Well,
Because I would
glad
deal
you
with it.
guys,
Darling.
glad you guys get to set up shop.
Hmm.
A wooden man lives in a wooden house.
Hmm.
Like we've all heard the expression, right?
Mhm.
Yeah, that's an expression that you know and I don't, Chief.
A wooden man lives in a wooden house. Is he made out of the house, or is the house made out of him?
He screams, for he does not know.
Was that not something Bunny once said?
Shut up.
Sorry, it just came to mind when you said about the tree spirit in a wooden shrine.
By the way,
Oh,
Jerry,
that is true. It was technically I believe they were
are you
constructed
still
out of other
screaming
types
at
of
the sky
branches.
for rain, or have you finally
Obviously,
stopped?
the shrine was not made of the Kami tree.
I know you want it. I know you
I
want it to
still would
rain,
be
and I know
uncomfortable
you're
living in a house
annoyed.
made entirely out of flesh, though.
I do suppose. Luckily, it is impossible to make a shrine out of myself.
Jerry,
Whoever told you that screaming at the sky?
Or at least if it was
means
gold, it would not be
rain is
my
an
gold,
idiot.
so that is completely different.
Jerry, there's a thing called a hose.
No apologies, dear. I'm a Skimogami. I'm a smoking pipe.
Learn of this. There's a hose.
With your meme.
You can attach it to a spigot
So I just
that produces water.
Ah, yes, you are
And
from
then you can
Zafira.
put the
Though I've
ho-
gotten some
point
strange
the
sights in
hose
the meat
at the
rack
ground,
specifically,
and it
so
makes-
I can never tell.
Water comes out
I know
the
not many of us
hose.
exist now.
Suspiciously similar to Bunny.
So you don't
no.
So you don't have to wait for rain.
I am fine with strange things.
Mm.
I've seen quite a few of them. I just people try and explain things to me, and they seem to forget that my memory reaches about 5 months.
Ah, I see.
I feel like that might
Well, that's
fit, though,
unfortunate.
Probably 6 months now, actually.
Let's go.
Hmm.
Did you ever rescue Bunny from the Infinite Kmart or whatever? Let's go.
I think
Some sort of
so.
accident?
Yes.
Hmm.
Long-term memory loss.
Okay.
Oh, I see. That was most unfortunate.
Me as well.
Cutie.
Go.
All right, I'm back for 5 minutes until my ADHD whisks me away again.
Hmm.
Anyway, what was I gonna say? I'm glad that you two have finally got a place of your own. I'm more than happy to help if you need it. I'm not really doing much of anything but
Mm-hmm.
working cases for the agency, staying at home with the girlfriend, and coming here to work every Monday. That's my routine at the moment.
Oh, wonderful. There'll be plenty of landscaping to do. We need to set up some more trees and everything again after the fire. Oh, plenty of sakura.
You sure are.
Mm. Then the construction of the actual buildings and setting up the onsen properly and getting some stone lanterns and some komainu. Hmm.
This is gonna be pretty fun, or a lot of hard work, or both. I'm
Both.
gonna enjoy it.
Especially, it is going to be quite large, especially for all the groups involved. Giving a proper space
we're
for
going to
Jaden
have to
and
find a
family and
spot.
Echo. And...
We're going to have to find a spot for me to park.
Mm.
Huh?
Oh, yes, we can find some place for you. New carriage thing.
I haven't given her a name yet.
Hmm.
You two, are you forgetting something?
Surprise kiss.
If I'm forgetting
Was it
something,
her
I've forgotten
already?
it. So.
I see.
Oh yeah, right. Come on.
How will I ever recover
It's
from
always a her, my dear.
Sorry.
Hmm. How so? It has not gained a soul yet.
Humans have this thing
Give
of
you the umbrella too?
referencing inanimate objects that don't have souls. Well, I guess that's inanimate. With like they do have one. It's hard to explain. It's just it's what we did with our ships. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Hmm.
An inanimate object or a soul? That sounds familiar for me.
I occasionally reference my weapons as if they were living beings.
Oh yes, but are they both she too? I've not heard you call them that.
I don't know.
Because I haven't used
Jerry
them.
wants to. Jerry wants to take a garden hose, hook it up to a spigot, then a sprinkler.
My dear, you know,
I might just sneak daggers into the brothel.
you're the only one for me.
Oh my god.
You did.
Well, yes, obviously.
Sneak all my daggers.
Are you
You managed to sneak them.
Are you
all past
jealous?
Tiberius?
No.
Jesus.
Why would I be jealous?
He wasn't
How
the one
dare
in the
you?
front.
I mean, it was
Was it
You
Aaron?
sound jealous to me.
I'm not. I'm just confused as to why you would call the sun thing you
I
were
just
making sheep.
forgot.
Well, just take it
But-
again.
Leave it up
Looks
to
like
me
they
to
forgot as
forget.
well. However, difference we knew.
I
I've
may
been
have
here.
painted it too
Twice.
many times,
You
and
only
now
vaguely
I
know
need
me.
to wash it out in order
The
to get it
people
to
at
come
the
out
brothel.
properly.
I live outside there.
Oh my.
And trust
Fair
me,
enough.
they know me. Like a lot
And
of
they
people do
didn't.
this.
Why didn't Aaron check?
Oh man, why did they not check the guy? You know, the guy with the knives.
All the new mates
sneaks
around
the
tonight.
knives.
There's snacks.
I don't think so. I haven't seen any.
I
You know
don't
what's even
know.
worse? They
What?
then put me in a small
Mm.
hut, no wider than this room with Cassie.
We do not
as the
have
leader of the
Cassidy.
That is so
I regret nothing.
poorly advised. Nothing against you. That is very poorly advised.
Daisy,
I could have just caused so many issues.
do you perhaps have any honey snacks or anything like that that you make?
I always do.
Yes, please. I deserve a treat after all the work I've gone through this past week.
Yes, you do. What kind of honey you want?
Ooh. What would you recommend?
I am Sigurd.
What you in the mood for?
Mm.
What kind of flavor profile you looking at?
Oh. Well, definitely very sweet, but the honey sort of
Floral, fruity.
absolutely sweet.
That's something I've been.
You're also disappearing. You're also disappearing into the pillows, dear.
Something floral and sweet.
Kise and I have actually.
Believe it or not,
I think we met the
can only see your.
Oh God, has it really
For lack of a
been
better
3 or
term,
4
of
years?
a-
There you are,
Do
dear.
your best.
I wasn't aware that I was
Great
sitting in the
impression.
pillow. I couldn't see it.
We were
Yes.
in
But, Yeah, I was saying it's hard to go wrong with the orange blossom honey if you want something really sweet and floral.
Yes,
And
that
all
sounds
pretty.
amazing.
I've seen them once before.
Alright.
Especially for the landscaping that needs done soon.
There you go.
Thank you, dear. Hmm.
the most beautiful piece of
Mhm.
ever played.
I believe they're a good person.
I usually have some of that on me.
No, I believe
Hmm.
you.
And the film top line with your tail.
So good. I hear. Hmm.
I also have some honey candies if you want them.
Yes.
Play piano for long.
I believe they very much are.
There you go.
Very fluffy and
There's some hard candies.
Thank you,
When
dear.
you fluff the flute.
We'll have to get over
I feel
this.
like
Yeah.
Am I the only one of your partners who has
Good.
like a
That
conventional
was
Honey.
a
male
good
Describes
bit
me.
to reminisce.
Put on these for me. Magic honey candies.
I'm actually getting by being my
Well, technically, Kise here is a pipe.
Honey,
Hmm?
is.
Oh.
Speaking of, there is a piano in the
That's my abdomen. No,
Oh.
this is my thorax. That's
My dear, this is
Folklore, I believe.
this is
So, like,
Ezekiel, his living suit of armor.
that'd be your
Hmm?
thorax
Yes,
and
I
that'd
am.
be your abdomen.
Oh.
He's holding his head.
This is my thorax and that's my abdomen.
Oh, nice to meet you, Kisagawa. You can call me Kise. Oh.
Hey,
Oh, so good.
Michael, if I
Orange
use the
blossom.
piano on the stage, everyone in the building can
So,
hear it,
pipe.
right?
Hmm.
I'm not judging by your
If it gets,
outfit. I
like,
believe you
around that
know
room
from
and
Eastern
a little
traditions.
outwards, so
I'm
probably
not too
here.
familiar with that.
Yeah. I don't
Hmm.
know if everyone-
I'm
Mm.
curious
I
though.
don't know if everyone in the backyard.
I might use. I
Not
might
familiar
use
with what, considering you seem to be animate. Though technically I'm in my flesh golem right now, so it's a bit different.
I feel
I'm a
the
bit
need
smaller
to
in my
listen
regular
to
form.
It's, you
Oh.
certainly look more humanoid than
the
pipe.
ability to float, so we're good.
Exactly like you, considering
I can
tail.
I can show him if you wish.
Oh, certainly. He's holding on to my body for me while I'm in my flesh golem.
I was gonna say,
I can help put you down.
I actually brought
Oh.
along
see.
a honey tree too. To,
Mhm.
I guess the best I can guess is something similar to how people have reverence for certain gear and weapons, almost as if it's like a spirit of a long dead legendary hero.
And yes, I'm not just calling them she out of nowhere. Oh.
Sleepy,
Hmm.
sleepy kitty.
It's not out of nowhere. It's something I've done my entire life.
Hmm. And why have I not known about it with your weapons?
We are freaking adorable.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Do I use my weapons often around you?
And a bunch of honey.
I've seen you train.
Yeah, that kind of makes sense.
But-
One.
Yes, but I also I don't verbalize it most of the time.
Nice stick.
You or Ariane?
You are jealous.
Did I call her thing?
I'm not. Oh,
Viola.
you're very good, honey. Oh.
Nice to see you.
Why did I come out in a place with so many people?
There's a few people I've
That's Meg.
seen before.
I'm glad
I've
you
seen
came out
two
to
of them
yourself.
from Wanderers Guild.
Hmm.
Yes, some of our members are also
Thank you.
members of other guilds, if memory serves.
This is true.
I've only been to Wanderers Guild once. Heard about it from a friend. But I don't think they'd come here. At least I don't think so. Well, me too. For the most part, I'm just taking a walk around, getting away from the forge, and all day trying to fix up this hole. Correct?
Yeah, he's the one who rolls.
Hmm.
Yeah. Okay.
And
You can see him when he pushes me down a hill.
Yes, that's a
Oh.
rather large hole.
Indeed.
It happened. Was on
Hi, Jerry.
a job with the Red Wilds.
Yeah,
I'll be fine though. Just
Hmm.
need to repair that to myself.
Me, I suppose.
I suppose if there was the proper amount of metal to fix it with, I could mend or transmute something in the space, but I would need the proper materials for it.
Yes, I am Roland. Nice to meet you.
I'm Viola. I'm the third tail.
I have to do some real quick. Apologies. Be right back.
Oh, hello, Jerry.
Hope you're
Good to see you
doing
back
well.
there.
I heard you say you'll,
Having fun, dear.
practice around some of the- We're very
No, now you're here.
to everyone, regardless of
Hmm. These are quite comfortable. Mhm.
Okay.
Mhm. Oh. You make such good honey.
You can join dog.
Hello.
Hey, good dog.
Yeah.
We're kitties hugging each other.
Roma's an asshole, Roma's an asshole, Roma's an asshole.
Mm. Pet Max. Mm. Mm.
How adorable.
So, Dave, yeah?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, me.
May and
I was going to
Arya
frighten
and I
them.
need to talk with you about the whole
Ah, like a shock in the waters.
situation concerning the three of us.
Okay.
Same talk
Don't
we
forget,
had.
Jerry, to see if
Same
you can
talk
make
we
any
had.
further in the obstacle course.
That sounds like
Oh.
We can
No, it's a
stand
little-
talk.
Trust me, it's frustrating to me too.
Okay.
I can only get so I can get to as far as that rocking place.
Are
Yeah, as far as that rocking place in the corner is
so
actually.
blind with
How far have you gone on that way?
you and Arya in addition to
The
me?
obstacle course. I'm not doing that.
No.
Okay.
Apologies for cutting conversation.
I suppose
short.
there is no. No.
You're completely fine.
When anymore.
I suppose there is not exactly a
Look,
prize.
even I know my limits.
It's best not
Hello
to assume
again.
that they'll share our
I'm guessing all that
feelings
Jerry people keep
Jumping from thing to thing is
Hello?
not something
Jerry, you know
I
this
willingly
is
do
magic.
unless I have to.
Interesting creature.
Hmm.
Besides my luck, I'd probably miss something and break my neck.
You've managed once or twice, I remember.
Did I upset them some? Are you okay?
Ah, apparently.
This is Jerry.
Are you
No,
okay?
you alright now, dear?
Well, with my goal close at hand, I
Apologies if I upset you.
do not wish to make any unnecessary risks.
Right.
It was a pleasure to meet you, Jerry.
We may have to jump several times for that.
I'll be honest, never seen a creature like you before. What
I will
are
have
you
to
for
do a
Christ's
lot more than just jumping for that.
Oh my god. How could you? I can't believe you used your tongue
Hey.
on me like that.
Apologies, I'm not sure what you said. But it's a pleasure to meet you. I guess I must do courtesy explain to him. Animated suit of armor. He's holding his head. And there's the armor that's come alive. Yes, that's my head right there.
Similar but different.
You are holding
The
hands
weirdest
in
thing I could do, I could just do
public
this.
Gay.
Ooh. I do not like being taken apart to clean, but I know it has to be done sometimes.
Put it back together.
Oh wait,
Doesn't
I
hurt at
realized
all.
we're both wearing gloves.
Yes, don't want to get
the nasty buildup
Mm-hmm.
where it's hard to clean out.
Very good protection on my end, though.
That is what restorations are
Yes.
for. I suppose it has been over a year now. Hmm.
Oh dear, look at this.
Alright.
I think I might have traumatized them.
Oh no.
Oh.
Oh dear.
Dear, you're not traumatized, are you?
Okay.
Oh no, I'm gonna be hand pregnant.
Can you burn a Ouija board?
18 months for getting in?
So long as you're not traumatized, that is what is
Am
important.
I pregnant? Am I vegan? I don't think I can get pregnant. I lay eggs.
Oh, there we go.
Girlfriend ain't had periods since she got pre-gat.
But as you were saying before, I had to go hopefully I have the material to
Ooh,
fix
I find
myself
a
later when I
Ouija
get
board.
back home.
Uh,
Don't really know.
oh, I do.
No, so long as you can. That is what is important.
Actually, hold on. Look, trick I
It's a
actually
bit of
learned,
a
I think,
forging
very well,
job,
like,
but it's nothing I'm not used to.
forms a bouncy ball made entirely out of light magic. Hey, Jerry. Also,
For the most part,
ball
though,
made of magic.
I'm just
Light.
enjoying taking time off. But
What Tower's going to
Enjoying
yes,
relaxing
time
is
off
what's
can be
here.
nice.
What this place is for.
wrap around Tao's hand
Among other
and
things, but it is
the
nice.
ball.
I never get used to that. No matter how
I
many
do
times
need
I've
to
seen it.
probably make some more mithril wine.
did they just beat that ball of light?
To connect.
Oh.
Excuse me, that's not right. Did they just beat that ball of light? I assume that was the
What in the world?
I have no idea. But yeah, what I've been doing is I've been stripping out all the electrical components and replacing them with more magic conductive versions. Like, expensive as mithril is, it is not a cheap material.
No, certainly not.
And having it converted into, though for lack of a better term, the equivalent of a magical electric cable is also not exactly cheap.
He's on his head.
I do suppose.
Suits of armor.
Who can do that?
Very tiny
With basic knowledge of, well, I say basic, I've had to read up a lot of things, but I have used
Oh, giving experiences.
some of the things I've learned at a forge
Not that suit of armor mate. That has
to reforge it into
I believe that's more Eastern style.
Thanks for luck, Daniel.
What colony?
Did I miss anything
a
else?
very thin,
Apparently there's reports
for
of more
mithril, I
Eastern style
suppose,
armors, living armors that are actually mollusk
line,
clothing suit of armor.
and essentially rehooking up various things along as I tear it out, so that way I have a visual.
The mollusks evolve.
And lining. I think the hardest part was lining the inside of the engine with the proper runes to
manipulate it and use each other.
help the flow, and I try to, well, I line, though I might have to just recreate the entire engine out of mithril.
Yeah, they don't tend to be sentient.
I don't know if that would be better in the long run, or just having the inside of it being lined in mithril is better.
Darling, if you're speaking of in the long run, and the need for magical conductivity, then absolutely pure mithril would be the way to go. Then you also do not have to worry about the outsides being more damaged.
Yes, however, having an entire engine recreated to the exact specifications I would need as a large mithril block, essentially,
I haven't been around the Metaverse in a long while.
is
Yeah. I wonder who was still
quite a sum with several zeros.
Yes, do not worry. It's safe.
Yes.
You are still
So we simply
being
put aside
That's
some
no
of
cheap matter to come
rooms.
by.
No, it isn't, but
Hard to work with, unless you know the right people.
It is a matter of saving up.
yes, I know some ways of working with it.
Recently,
I used to know a dwarf. She was very good at her job.
I got several girlfriends now. I don't like
She.
oh, learning how
Well, she. I watched her as she forged, so I learned things. No, I never watched her forge mithril. I sought out that knowledge on my own time, but very basics I watched and picked up from her. I frequented her forge.
I remember seeing some of the workshops of dwarves back in Ebron. Quite the sight to see.
Ebron. Uh-huh.
Oh, right.
Belinda
I guess I'm fine.
was a...
How was your day?
I would say she was a master of her craft.
Oh,
Quite, they're renowned.
Plenty of mastercraft in your life.
I'd love to learn some smithing skills from dwarves. Though the most I get is, it's a bit of an autojump at least.
Okay.
That legitimately was the
Well, I
Not that I've learned how to jump.
months.
I know the runes to help me forge.
The tea is
bit-
done, so I have to
Because he has a half giant. Oh, they would have fun.
Also, another note: I don't think I'm gonna play another piano sideways.
I will be honest, I do not know how long dwarves live. Specifically ones from where I'm from.
It's not my fault. The carpet likes to throw me around, apparently.
I'm afraid I would not know that, my love. I suppose there's some research that could be done. Perhaps there's something... Perhaps something in the library.
Hello again. Pleasure to meet you.
Perhaps.
I remember seeing you from the arena.
Why am I seeing this? Who?
Nice to meet you.
That's new.
Okay. Now that I'm not about to get flung at mock here. Hi.
You said you
Say again?
don't run away from the truth.
Bit hard to hear you.
You were talking to me. You were looking at me.
How are you doing?
Though, if they do live
Yes, I
for,
was,
well,
talking to you.
as long as elves do,
Yes.
it would be nice to see Belinda again.
I was just saying.
Well,
good to see you
perhaps.
again. It's
Something we
Ezekiel
can
from,
find out.
Redwell's. You saw you a few
Wait
times
a
at the
minute.
arena.
Hang on a second.
Hmm.
Why haven't you talked to Ellis yet?
What?
Who?
The geneticist, Ellis.
It's what about?
He has the ability to he has the ability to alter people's DNA. This whole time he's been wanting to prolong his lifespan for you, and he never thought to turn himself into a race that has an extended lifespan.
Hmm. I suppose that is a good question.
I mean, I recommend you stay as much of yourself as you can. I'm not forcing it on you, but it is an option.
That thought had crossed my mind.
Oh, okay. I can understand if you don't want to do it. That's a hell of a jump, but My brain just pieced it together like.
Yeah.
But I would be too concerned about losing who I am if I changed too much of myself.
That is fair. That is fair. That was my concern.
Well, it has certain implications.
It has been a potential before, and it was not a pleasant one.
Yes, which is the sole reason why I have made a pact with a god of the apocalypse to essentially mend my own soul.
Oh, shit. Okay, fair enough. Yeah.
Hello. Would you like some tea?
Yes! I deserve it. Especially some extra sweet tea. I have done quite good this week.
I'm using jaded syrups, so it's not going to be sugar cubes.
Ooh, exciting.
It's more sweet.
Perfect.
For sugar.
Fucking lucky.
I guess.
But
You want milk?
I'm not a cult plant that's been hired to follow you around, right?
Not tempting fate. Now shit's gonna happen.
I wasn't expecting that.
Here you go.
Thank you, dear.
What's
Now
my
that
try
you
tea?
suggest
I wonder
it,
what tea tastes like.
Would you two like some tea?
Yeah, actually, I wouldn't mind it. Chamomile
So
is
good.
fine for me.
How much sugar and milk?
Though,
If any.
like the instrument viola.
Kindness?
2 cubes and a little bit of milk, not that much. About a teaspoon.
Okay.
I'll take that as a compliment.
All of us have musical so far.
But yes, Michael, we're going to be putting proper paperwork in for the land for my new shrine in our Ryokon in the future.
Just bebopping around the metaverse, not much
Oh,
else.
that's really good.
I found a space with a opening for a guardian deity.
Sorry, I think about them quite a lot.
Oh,
And
thanks.
another,
That was fair.
I'm not exactly the
Appreciate it.
kind.
Oh, it's right.
Here's the card.
Oh.
Would you like some
Right.
tea?
I forgot about that.
No?
viola
Okay.
is an instrument
That's
that's like or violin.
My break is over. I'm just get back home to fix myself.
Would you two
I'll
like
take
some
care.
tea?
The odd thing.
I'll take care, dear. Best of luck.
Chassis.
I'm fine.
Yes.
Thank you.
Black oolong and chamomile.
And my other chassis things tasted very metallic.
Okay. How
Everything
many sugars
tasted
and how much
metallic,
milk?
like you were licking a piece of iron along with eating whatever you normally ate.
Just straight,
And now it's just,
I guess.
I don't know how to describe
I
it.
just like cute girls.
Here you go.
Able
to describe it in a way that I don't
One of the very few times I ask for anything in its straight configuration.
But otherwise, yeah, no, I'm doing good for the first time in a long fucking while. I'm actually in decent spirits.
I'm very not.
And surrounded by more than decent spirits, so good for you, dear.
More than two in front of you.
That's something.
Right now.
Oh, no, I mean in terms of orientation. Like,
Kid, if you think I'm straight, you got another thing coming.
Oh.
that kind of not straight.
Hi.
Daisy? Would you like some tea?
Poor lad.
Sorry,
Right.
sorry.
We have black
Subject
oolong
matter
and
guilt
chamomile.
is gonna come up once or twice.
Oh, is Jerry taking control of everything now?
Chinese?
It's Fort Jerry.
Right.
It's Fort Jerry.
Fort Jerry.
Jerry
has now decided to claim the pillow pile as his
like
fort.
the terminology.
Oh.
Good luck with
Sexuality.
Yes.
good luck with Mona.
Also, good luck, dear. You have to deal with the lesbian council.
Fucking comfy pillows, dude.
I haven't.
Wow, and Mona. So
People,
Jerry
sort of,
understands.
gay
Well, I would not be
people,
surprised if Mona is at least an honorary member of the lesbian council. So,
Right. No, fuck.
fair. Fair.
mean, most of us do not mind.
I don't know if Jerry understands the concept of gender. Fully, at least.
I very much empathize.
Perhaps.
People.
Milk and sugar?
I've tried to explain it a bit.
Well, I would assume for Jared to be here, they would have to understand to a degree.
Oh, I mean, yeah,
That's
but
true.
I don't think someone's ever like sat down and explained like lesbian, straight, bisexual, pansexual, all of that to Jerry yet.
Has Jaden not done that? What would think, considering where Jaden used to
I
work?
feel like Jerry would know.
I feel like Jerry knows a bit, but not the full in-depth, you know.
Perhaps. He probably saw it in his tablet thing.
Well, that's one victory under your
Well,
I have no
Jaden also did porn.
Exactly!
I mean, who hasn't done porn?
Apparently me. Apparently it pays very well.
Oh yes, the OnlyFans are doing quite
Extremely
well.
I'd say so.
It plays extremely well. You just have to meet certain criteria, and sometimes your body dislikes you, and then you no longer meet the criteria.
I'll take some black tea, please.
Or you
Unfortunately.
get tired of dealing with that side of the interwebs.
Well, you've kind of seen
Due to your other main job. Yes, I'm speaking.
Oh well.
Yes, that is difficult because of the whole technology thing.
I would only do it because I like it, not because I need the money.
Oh, it was more along the things of it was a quick way to make cash. Unfortunately, apparently I did such a great job that they wanted me to sign a contract and everything when it was supposed to be a one-time thing. And yeah.
I guess.
Yes, never sign the
Dump out a
contracts,
small
especially if someone else
satchel.
signs a contract for you. Indentured servitude is... It takes a very long time to work
In
things
his
back.
hand is going to be a pile of very expensive looking solid gold rings.
No reason to, like, you know.
Yeah, it is.
Money's not really an issue.
I am not crazy.
Variety. You just
Are those solid gold?
For now.
Mastercrafted, yes.
What it used to be like.
Actually, I would say a step above mastercrafted.
I heard all the stories.
They're also quite good.
Well, if you say
literally
that's
have
how you
clinical
use them,
psychosis,
that just
but
means...
it's medicated and
One
I
one?
see a therapist.
Oh no, I'm good.
Yes, darling, remember you need to save up for the mithril.
Well, yes, every 9 days I would have another ring, so one wouldn't...
Leave it up to
Well, you
Peter
save
for
those up for
doing
your
a damn
mithril.
good job of keeping me sane.
Well, I'm pretty sure, like, half of those would pay for the mithril.
These people are half the reason.
Oh yes,
It's
you
just
save those up. You were the one who was
still a
saying
lot
it
of
was...
money.
Yes.
Very expensive for the metaverse. Else I would have just stayed in my home.
I mean,
and fucked up.
You
I was
almost
being
died for
nice,
that,
so
so...
Fucked up.
Maybe one day I'll get
Very good.
yes, we did.
I'm still holding out hope for that eventually being in the cards for me. But,
Consider it hazard pay.
But
MMR is definitely doing
For your mithril,
something
but also
right.
for my shrine, obviously. There's plenty of supplies that we need to get.
Fucking emulate the MMR.
my
And for the video call.
dear, I am fairly confident one ring could probably pay for the entire estate.
Do not doubt my ability for fanciness.
Density and such and so on.
Believe it or not.
Considering I stole a ring from a god,
That's the reason why I don't like being told.
That'd probably be a lot, yeah. Sorry, excuse me. I've been getting into coinsmithing recently.
At the meat rack.
no, you make a very good argument. It's very valid concern, but I'm not concerned because
the best, but I mean,
I stole a ring from a god that duplicates itself every 9 days with 9 perfect copies.
Hamsky hasn't changed all that much. To be fair.
and you don't seem to particularly like
I'm thinking that I was going toward my shrine.
Various bits of gold I get from the
deign to usurp the will.
3 mines I own.
The leg and
You
he's
know.
still
And
just as stupid.
Fuck around
Mm.
with people who are just trying to
melting them
live their
down,
lives.
getting purities, such and so on. It's a very big process.
Yes,
tends to be,
the
yes.
process of trying to sell the rings off can be a
Walk
hassle.
around and talk to some friends.
Make sure
Be-
nobody else.
because they take forever because they have to verify
Well, missed you too, laddie.
the rings and
The appraisal processes take so long.
I mean, to be perfectly honest with you, it might be easier at some point to try and smoke at least a few of them down into a sizable gold bar and see how long that takes.
Maybe that's
yes, they're yes, that would probably be the more simple option, but
I'm back for now. Till something else.
Perhaps
crazy
eventually it gets
it
harder.
breaks my heart to. They're very, very well crafted rings, and it just breaks my heart to just melt them down like that.
I said that things are getting better slowly.
I mean, technically, what you could do is
And I cited the
take the.
I said slowly, Dirge.
Take at least a third of them, because it makes what, 9 perfect copies each day.
Have a gang more happen than
Yes.
Oh yeah,
So,
that.
You keep 3 for a week, and then melt those down, and the rest you can.
Damn
do what you want.
Imagine how I feel.
Yes, at least you know that the
That's
copies are not
Yeah,
mastercrafted themselves, technically, through the process.
Yes, they're just they just magically duplicate themselves.
Yes, they are just copies like that. It's like someone having fake mithril that just comes out of some sort of jar or something.
Oh, hey! So,
Fake mithril? You have my attention. Although not in a positive light.
No, that would be terrible.
No.
Is some story I heard about
no.
someone who would some god granted them one of those alchemy jars, but it would make fake mithril, liquid mithril for some
hopefully
reason.
You guys can work your way out of it. Knowing the smart ones in the meat rack. Yeah,
I heard some very interesting stories from some yokai recently. It is amazing what people go to taverns with.
It's a mega building that has to. They're not gonna do it on the street, are they?
That's quite the gag. Because I don't imagine that ended very well for that poor bastard. I'm less pissed and more sad. If he goes to any of my kin with that, he'll just get his ass kicked.
Well, if you need
Yes, it's
help,
probably one of those
that's
things where it
unfortunate.
just immediately turns into something cheap as soon as it
so.
hardens.
Do you know how to train security?
That fucking sucks.
I'm a former police officer.
Oh dear.
That's a
Maybe not that type of security. The type that can actually work.
That's a hell of a
Yes,
fucking
no.
prank.
I am dealing with actual mithril. Absurdly expensive.
Or is trying to get some at
Well, I have
least.
to turn a
Well, I
short little black head who's never killed anyone before into a
Well, you need
I
the
have a
amount, and then you
person.
have to
something-
put it into the proper shape, yes?
Listen, lad, I don't care.
Because
I'm just
I can't
asking
be the one
because
carrying around
9 times out of 10, when people
weaponry
tell me
and
that they have a supplier of
due
mithril,
to my disposition, it
they're
is a
getting
recipe
ripped off.
for disaster.
Oh no, this
I
is
caused enough problems.
Yeah.
2 daggers.
someone I. No, they put me in contact with someone because I needed
Maybe?
actual mithril, since it's very
Actually,
conductive to magical
Considering my
properties.
background, yes, I could.
Did it come from Moria?
Alright, good.
Or did it come from the south?
Tiberius has also said he's willing to help.
I am unsure. I don't. They could get it from a number of different realms, from what I understand.
The police aspect here, you have the
That makes
militaristic
sense.
aspect here. So.
Morian mithril is very,
I need
very,
something
very,
that'll
very
scare off
rare.
gang members, so I think.
Yeah,
I can do that.
I don't think it's.
Mercs or PMC.
Yes, I don't think it's Morian.
Too much.
That's my.
At any rate,
Yeah, that'd be something
just
I
trying
could
to make
assist
sure
you
that
with.
you're not getting ripped
to
off,
hire
lad boy.
Oh no,
Much
I greatly
appreciated.
appreciate it.
No.
It
knows
is
that,
very
no,
much appreciated.
None
Yes.
of that. This I would be
Hello,
doing on
good to see you.
behalf of just myself. I don't
But yes, I have tested the mithril myself, and it seems genuine.
Agency, but that's about
Well, good news,
it.
dear. We are going to have our land for my shrine and our new estates. For the future.
Okay.
Oh, that's wonderful.
It wouldn't be.
Sign the papers tomorrow.
Also keeping in mind that yes, I am a Corvo.
Though,
Only, I am
You definitely deserve a
real
place out of
real
there.
mithril looks like
Indeed,
I
thank you.
read it going the way that you think. This is something that would
Access
benefit
to
the
dwarven
Midwest.
minds
Yes, that's
in an
butterflies back.
exclusive fashion, you see.
Oh, so they are.
I see.
Yes.
I have been using Mithril to substitute existing metals to make them to essentially rebuild the chassis of a vehicle to make it more receptive to only magic
No, that's what I'm saying.
without electrical components.
I'm not saying I want to send my
Using a mixture of
if they wish to learn
a very strong power source that
building can defend itself,
in theory right now I can siphon off the ambient mana it gives off to turn it into liquid mana, which is stored in heavily protected canisters on either side of the engine. Those canisters will feed into the engine that
Charles is a good guy.
then acts as fuel instead of this gasoline, which then
Seems like a much better fuel.
yes, I am. I'm very aware. That's why my workshop is in the middle of nowhere.
Bad, murdery stab god, yeah.
Have you been?
B-double-A.
Have you enlisted the help of
okay, yeah, I know.
any
he told us,
assistance?
Yes. So he got injured by them, or he got first blood?
No,
He got injured.
I am
Got it by a chainsaw.
doing it myself. Though I guess I do have a little assistance in my head.
Well, apparently there were.
I
Well, I
suppose.
wonder where that might come from.
Blood over the wall, stuff like that.
A very old god.
I'll tell you in a minute.
Okay.
Charles is
got
someone
things
I
like
also
I can't talk about.
Let's talk
It's
out of my
fucking
lab.
par for the course. It's all good.
But
honestly, at this point, a personal assistant for my BMC
Well,
company.
you had my attention, but now you have my interest. Let me know how it comes out.
The understanding of
I
can already foresee small issues.
let me know how it comes out. I might
Oh,
I would love to see how it works.
and I'm probably
Ironically,
Then have
well,
Charles do it.
the idea for using mithril for a
from what I've seen and heard.
vehicle armor is not
Okay, if
something
they
that
don't
is
want my help, then they don't have to
unknown
have
to
Give us
us.
an
We're
offer.
actually,
If they don't
I've actually poured a bunch of money
The
into
best bet would be
having it
Aaron
done.
and Tiberius.
But the magic
If
thing
that's the case, because they
that
work
you're
at the
speaking
Bravo,
of,
they
that
seem
is
all
something
the time.
entirely new.
Slightly
I've never
Well,
heard of that
desensitized to their
before.
presence.
It's a combination of rune crafting and
I wish it was simple.
using the latent
No, that's fine. No, nothing is ever gonna be
ability of mithril that is
Solutions
that conducts
are never the easiest thing to figure out.
magic.
Aaron and
Basically, it's,
Tiberius are your best
if you know anything about these electronics, it works in a similar manner, but instead of electricity, it's magic.
I was gonna make food in a little while. What's next?
It's a magic, it's a mana sponge.
And gave them to the people
Is
who
what you're
never built.
creating.
That would be a good idea.
More or less. It's something so Kise will and spirits such as her would be able to
gun safety training beforehand.
also utilize without
Only that,
being harmed by the electricity.
not only that, making sure that these
But I would be more than glad to share the blueprints with you once I'm done.
Well, having some kind of
There are a couple of
if shit goes bad,
creatures that I know would be able to benefit from such a thing.
That's actually pretty
It,
damn smart.
a lot of the rune crafting is custom. It's
make a building militia and
partially my own people's runes with my own flair, and some of them are just of my own creation to
keeping officers or people who
make sure things flow correctly.
I can leave it. Oh, it's Freddie Mercury poison. Nice.
Let me know.
Nice name.
you ever get
guy
it to
who's
work?
like this
I don't think there's
That's
really
Thorgar.
anything that I
even could handle the recall of any proper
could
firearm.
contribute to your research.
A
Maybe,
shadow woman who can turn into a
maybe
dog
one
who
thing,
wields a
but
giant hammer.
it's
She's
not
probably the only
something
other
that's
person who's good at fighting in the mega building other than me.
There.
The
It's not
previously
mithril.
mentioned
It
short,
is a
man who might even just end up blinding himself from the muzzle flash because his eyes are very sensitive to light.
Well,
It's
they make
ingot of
attachments
what
for
is
that.
called
You can give them a
arcanite.
suppressor, metal flash hider suppressors,
I know,
which will do
I have
suppressor
never
for my
found
gun.
a use for it.
It's more like,
And
can I get
apparently,
that
I have never been able to
something
find
that
another
be
ingot of
provided?
this.
Yeah,
This was actually a gift to me by
To be
a guy
perfectly
from
honest with you,
an ambassador
Wait,
from a
no,
place
nobody
called
already has
Iso
one gun.
Clementia. On a first
I was going to
delegation
say
of our
it's
trade
attachments
business,
and
he
parts
gave
that
it
are
to
gonna
me
get
as
your
a gift.
modification.
I
Charles
have never
definitely
found a
be able
use
to help
for
with
it.
that.
Apparently, that
If need
is
be, I could
uniquely
sell
susceptible to
materials
magic
to
as
the
well.
pawn
It
shop
is.
so that Charles could assist
You were,
with that
if you are
process.
talented enough, you might,
That way they're not
you could
receiving
give that
money.
metal an attribute of your
gun
choosing,
modification.
according to him.
No, I'm selling the shit I've...
Attribute.
Motherfuckers I killed,
Although
just taking their shit and bring it to
it is
the pawn shop.
one ingot, so.
Actually, I probably should have been doing that ages ago, because what's
Oh,
the
one
more I
ingot
think about it,
could
the more I
still,
realize
a blacksmith, a skilled enough blacksmith, could do wonders with it.
cultists will just pick
Suppose
them
that
up
could
and
be a
bring them to
lining. You'd still want something
But then again, I
better
can't
for the
run
rest.
around I can't run around industrial with
A lining to house
to my back, can't I?
the power.
And you could sell them to Charles, or I do I do purchase firearms. I'm still legally an FFL licensed person, so I can purchase and sell
If I could,
firearms to a
None of
small
these
scale.
if I could figure out a way to, I could use this, line the inside, and it would, it could siphon, that would be able to hold it without,
They're all industrial workers.
and siphon the mana off from it.
So they are guns without any serial numbers or anything.
Good luck.
With a
laddie.
few. Thank you. You may have just given me something to make things go a little faster, because I have the runes for the siphoning. I just
Carrying a bunch of guns across industrial district, the largest district in
the mithril lining I originally used on the inside, whenever the bark,
So I will say,
whenever I tried to siphon enough mana from the bark, the mithril lining would crack
guardian conglomerate.
because it was being overloaded.
If need be, I could technically have it to where you have a predisposition
This could help.
point in industrial.
Mm-hmm.
Toss them
Exciting.
there, and then I can try and get
I'm gonna be
some
completely
kind of
honest. I
permission
have no
to
idea. I've
patrol
never
that
been able to
area.
find a use for a single
My
ingot
men
in
will go acquire these
anything that I have,
firearms,
and
then
I've
at
just
a
been
later
holding
date,
on
I can
to
wire
it.
you some money. Because technically, what this would be at
Or
the end of the day,
perhaps
by that,
I'd have to look into it.
dangerous
Perhaps an
criminal
alloy.
firearms off of the streets.
Mithril and this.
I kill cultists. You get guns. I get money.
Get paid, and get many. Yep. And those guns probably get circled back to
Or
people
an-
that would be fighting the cultists or people who are fighting purely
Or
anyways.
an inner lining of mithril and then the outer lining of this, so that way
By every single corpo, but at this point, I'm tired.
there's a lot of work to be done to say for sure, but this could
I'm not gonna try
most certainly expedite things. Thank you.
He's quite
greatly.
excited.
And I will absolutely share with you
Dutch, by the way.
my blueprints and the various runes I have
You
crafted
don't
for
have
such
to
a
go
thing.
that far, but if that is up to you, it was sitting in my pocket for months, if not a good long year now. So I might as well give it to somebody that is, well, doing something at least relatively interesting, unlike everybody else who seems to be building a fucking bomb out of every little thing that they can get out of.
Yes, I
At least
No,
it has
I-
fucking utility other than making people dead.
Indeed.
Thank God.
Yes, no, this is something to allow me and Kise to
And then they do.
enjoy our travel time rather than
much more
instantly traveling, I suppose.
My old scars.
Using
You want to
a
enjoy
combination.
You want to enjoy the sights while you're going to where you're going.
Exactly.
Indeed,
And
so
should
many
we
worlds.
need to, if there is a need for us to
my understanding, I am poor Bob for all.
be there as soon as possible, it would also allow us to do that. However, my power source, I'm not sure that could be easily replicated.
But the amount of times I have seen her having what
I was
disabled
given.
fast
I'm not
travel.
fucking build it anyway. It might help.
It's less that, and more like one of their first things that they wanted to see
yes,
things, because like
just
at least
was
Kise
given
was
a
stuck in the
bark
same
of
place for a very long time, and she still hasn't seen much of
Idrisil.
the wider worlds.
Do I dislike Marge? No.
Yeah, that's something
I
that's
think
not
that
going to be able to
sometimes
be
she doesn't really
replicated
understand
very,
operational
very
security.
easily.
Yes.
And
Not
But
all.
then again, she does not have a military
and
setback.
the amount of mana
I know
that
what sensitive information she
peace
does.
gives off is nigh
I've seen
endless.
her talking about things that she says are sensitive, and then just out in public.
I don't know if it
That truly sensitive information she doesn't talk about in public. I don't doubt that at all. She is a very smart person.
also ambiently absorbs the surrounding mana while also giving off. I just know it's very powerful. And it's how I.
At the end of the day, I am a crocodile.
It's what I use to hijack the Bifrost.
Like Mr. McKay. Which leaves me feeling, which leaves me feeling filthy every time I do it.
Oh. Okay, shit.
You wouldn't have been the first person that gave me that exact reaction.
Near me. Just
Yeah.
in case.
Advice.
They wouldn't do anything.
There's not.
Yeah, okay, that's.
It wouldn't do anything.
Okay.
It's good
Well,
advice, but it won't do anything. It's not an individual you should trust at all.
I don't want to know.
Yeah,
I'm gonna be honest.
That is most probably for the best,
dear.
dear.
Of him.
Yes, let's just say someone has
To him and his manipulation
been a thorn in my side long enough for me to
and situation.
make sure they knew that I'm coming for them.
By the way,
But yes,
Thing,
Go
then
on.
yes.
I will share with you my information when it's done. I'll even let you have a nice look. I'll let you study it. Is the words that I'm you have set my mind
I'd rather. I'm going
racing with the possibilities that you have just given me.
Yes, this is what happens when that
Sweet.
happens.
If you fuck this up, there's no way for me to get you another
Which is
one
really funny.
because it literally
Really
took a
tragic because I am
diplomatic
funny.
incident for me to get it.
I
Do keep that in mind.
the person who helps
That's
me
fine.
also helps
I'm not going to honey my words.
me with
Because
the
it's a snake and I'm not a snake.
forging and
I'm not a snake to people I respect. Let me rephrase.
the more magical
I respect
knowledge
her,
that I
I truly do.
wouldn't have.
I just sometimes question her actions.
Though I never quite remember
After a while, I see why she did them.
Oh,
the
fuck, I know what
specifics.
that's
Reminding
like.
myself she does not come from a military background.
He just kind of takes over. He knows what he's doing, and I trust what he does.
No, never them down.
That's none of us. I mean, even I don't come from.
What was that about?
Wasn't aware. I wasn't aware the Tinkerers had to clock in.
I certainly never have.
You are paramilitary at best.
Then again, that I will never go
But
into
yes,
that room.
I believe they call this
Considering some of this.
a motorbike.
I realized you were there. I knew who you were as soon as I saw you.
I found it, and I quite like the look of it. It was apparently an older design. And honestly, apparently, I am drawn to the older things.
That's good. Everyone finds.
Not sure what that says about me, but.
What?
It could also be something completely different.
Oh.
To my understanding,
What?
from what I've seen, you have
I don't know what that says about you. Is that supposed to be a bad thing, being drawn to older things?
No, I just don't know what it says about me. That was an actual inquiry.
It obviously says that we have good taste.
You can't sit still. The fact that you purposely
Obviously.
to a wall
There you go.
whenever in your public setting currents that you watch.
Anything that you give me will probably be thrown into
as someone who
the
also
depths of our new ship.
Keeping in mind that I'm a 106-year-old creature, and I've had a way longer time.
Well, if anything I put together helps another person, then it was all worth it at the end of the day.
Aye, there's lots of creatures and fae that work with me and for me that cannot use conventional means of travel. Like most most vehicles have bits of iron and different toxins that are not very good for certain more spiritual creatures. So rather than building something out of wood or having them teleport everywhere, it can be hazardous. Maybe. But honestly, it might be just something to keep on the wall. Might not want to dick with that too much.
I have to clarify.
Yes, though I will say that parts of my design do contain silver, so any lichen
I don't have to be angry to be violent. Trust
would probably have some discomfort. Though it only has silver because at first it didn't occur to me to acquire mithril.
My issue is that anger.
Oh, I was thinking it was because of the divination of the alchemical calendar.
What keeps me alive is
Luna. The essence of Luna could definitely expedite your process if you were interested in calling about the etherical.
That actually hadn't occurred to me either.
Silver is see. There's a prime meridian of alchemy that ties minerals to different parts of the body, and heart is gold. Mercury, right off the top of my head, is mercury and other things like that. If you were to commence ritual at certain dates, times on the alchemic calendar or the celestial calendar, like when there's a full eclipse, you can get some interesting properties out of your metals if you forge them or do the right ritual. It takes a whole song and dance and lots of some literal sacrifice and some metaphysical sacrifice. But you could get it to do what you want. But once you call upon the essence of silver, it is a wealth
to me or anyone I truly care about. So therefore, you're perfectly fine.
Light of
if people
that celestial body that is many squirts with fertility and abundance, even in the darkest places.
Question. Is your voice meant to be
interesting?
Long time usually around is usually
so. It could be. There's a lot of iterations. I suppose it depends where you're at, but silver, feasible, I suppose. But that's
the amount of times I've wished.
That's taking a very alchemical approach. You'd have to grab lots of ingredients and do it at the right time too.
Fundamentally, you sound fine.
Well, alchemy was
actually had to strain my entire
Outside of brewing a singular potion that was handed to me by the shaman of my village, I don't know much in terms of alchemy, but that does sound interesting. I just
Alchemy is much more than brewing potions. There is Apothecaricus. There is the Apothecaricum, made by actually a human in Hellenistic Greece, far before most civilizations had thought their budding. He created the bootstraps, as it were, for the Philosopher's Stone. And he created a great calendar aligning each of these different cardinal minerals of alchemy to the sun, the moon, and the vast menagerie of stars. If you understand these things and you understand the spiritualism behind it, you can create ritual that will summon forth creatures that will assist you with it if you pay their price, or you can convince them to help you. A lot of it is cavorting with etherical creatures. Now, if you are truly and completely crack-headed, like sometimes I tend to be, you can do it yourself.
Oh, I'm not asking.
Although you would need the materials to do such, the wisdom to do it and not kill yourself or worse,
due to the realistic
and
situation.
the right
I won't
time.
Oh, I will let you know straight up.
absolutely fascinating.
Why I'm giving you this price.
See, the prime about alchemy is the science
You know,
magic.
that I can at least
It is
some corpo.
the study of it. That's why many wizards and many witches require ingredients from the wilds to cast their spells.
I'm running corpo. As if anyone
Oh,
is upset.
I think you've just given me something to look more into, my friend.
We don't.
Oh, he has that look in his eye.
Calm me down.
But
in a very, very cold place.
with alchemy, I could bottle a curse. I could put a blessing into a tincture.
Probably walked through it a couple of times.
I could brew a poison that could kill everyone in this room, including myself at that point, probably, and that would defeat the purpose. Turn a man into a dragon, or a fly into a frog. There are many things that alchemy can do. Most of them will drive you completely fucking insane.
Care and love.
Yes, no.
Because the first thing that you understand very quickly about high-level alchemy is the most important ingredient is the alchemist. Sometimes, literally.
I see.
That's why you don't see a whole lot of Philosopher's Stones walking around or being thrown around, is because people who look
I'll drop them off.
do not survive the journey.
But
and there are good reasons.
I might end up going back to take the
Indeed.
for myself, then giving you the rest.
Well, bottling your curses sounds like something that would be a interesting business opportunity.
What'll probably happen is we'll look.
I mean, I can do it. It's just I don't really do that unless it's like little gags. I will do that on my employees if they've been particularly fucking shitty.
My love, the business opportunity from that is the Omamori for the shrine.
Yes.
As long as the cultists don't find out, or
I just like the idea of carrying around a bottle of your curses.
Is that so? Why do you need to carry around a bottle? I can just do it.
I'm sure plenty of them dream of it.
True, but you're not always here or near me.
Well, that is a lie.
Look like they're ready to fight in a war zone.
Yes, but when I go prancing around in places that would be impure for you to go be with me, that's the point I was getting at. Although,
that's crazy.
Well, you can technically conjure some of that eventually. Once I have a proper shrine. You are my high priest.
You would. I just also want
See, I didn't know that.
Just keep in mind that the pool of individuals I recruit
It is
from
up to you to
my
know all the rituals, my love.
DMC are usually
Simply have not had the space with which to tell you the rest.
At that point,
Well, soon.
DevGru is.
It is what it is. But
No.
you could also enscroll blessings as well.
Yes.
Things like that. It's
You know, naughty.
there's a lot.
Special
There's
forces combat or
from
something like that. Either specialists
from necrophallacy to biomancy to
I'm not
the
trying
idea
to scare
of
you away from
resurrection.
taking on the
There's a lot of really crazy fucking people that have been playing with little bits of places that they shouldn't be, and throwing them into a bottle or bowl or doing something with them that they ought not to be for a very, very long time. Chances are there's a book about it somewhere.
And if a big bug, big scary bug thing.
That would honestly not surprise me.
Things are going to get very.
Yeah, there's a lot of really smart people that are doing really stupid things.
That honestly checks out.
Is that is simply normal?
I knew a lot of people, a lot of smart people who did a lot of stupid things.
Yeah, and when it comes to playing with the transmundane, medicine or solutions can be much harder to find, especially if you're the one that created
the most I do is provide my troops.
Yes.
Unless I'm called to do something, I don't do it.
Fair enough.
Making a new friend without reading here?
Yes, I fear that if I imply or apply any of this to my current project, from the sounds of it, I could accidentally give it a soul, and I'm pretty sure Kise would kill me.
Because it would most probably be your soul.
Yeah, step my foot where it does not belong.
Yeah, that can happen.
Well, Saphira can be a very wonderful place at the end of the day. It is
unless yeah, that's going into the extreme though. And unless you decide to attempt to learn things very, very quickly to do one thing, maybe.
Besides,
I would tell you to start from the beginning.
Maniac, so
and
if
that
someone's calling
is
on me to do
probably with
something, that usually means
potions.
shit's hit the fan.
Probably.
Soon enough, you shall have plenty of time
yes,
to do all of that, but you need to be patient, my love.
Yeah, I'm the bigger red button.
Yes. For now.
I've been setting myself up as that as I guess.
A
But maybe
very
I should probably
healthy
not advertise
disregard
myself
for
as
your
I want to
fingers, because there's likely times that you'll probably blow them off.
No, he needs those.
Well, luckily I have an other pair of hands that wouldn't necessarily have that issue.
Do your best to not piss them off or do anything
preparation
against their norms.
Well, if you're making healing potions or something,
You think I'm
usually, I have managed to blow my fucking finger, blow up my fucking hands by trying to make a healing potion. As a matter of fact, it was a gummy. I was trying. It was the first experiment that I'd done with little healing gummies instead of a potion that you drink, something that you could pop in the back of your mouth and bite into whenever you needed the effects. We have since managed to make it work.
I know they can't pull in.
But there were a couple of times that I accidentally made life, and the gummies went on to terrorize the entire workshop.
This is all to do with.
Yeah, see, that's what I would be concerned about. Suddenly, this motorbike coming to life and then speaking to me.
Is usually not appreciated there, as I am after all of you guys.
They did not survive very long.
Corporal rats.
Because pissing off an entire workshop of dwarves is usually not a very healthy way to live. But they did manage to do a fucking lot of damage.
You know, that's yes.
Officially tied to fight a few things. If you start helping out, that officially puts the Corporation and Guardian District against a gang, which is not a good look.
I thought the flux took you for a moment.
No.
You were very still.
No, just considering that.
It's a complicated thing. Suffices to say,
But
long story short, really mundane materials have, I believe, limitless potential. You just have to study them long enough to unlock them.
That does not mean I am a majority force. I'm very much a minority.
yes, I was only using silver at first because it was also
You don't want
obviously not as good as mithril. It is more conductive to magic. Though it only just now occurs to me that there are lichen who silver is deadly to.
Why did you cosplay Sora?
So perhaps I should replace the silver.
Not mine.
Well,
But it is a
at
very
least
nice
I know for some. At least I know for some other problems.
Well, at least you have options now to consider.
People helping with this one, and what with
Yeah. Well, for the prototype, I'll probably keep it as it is, so that way I don't have to recreate what I already have.
terrible.
Yeah, that sounds like it'll be expensive.
Yes, I'm already still debating on whether just to line the inside of the engine with mithril, or recreate the entire engine itself out of mithril. Both expensive, just one is more significantly expensive than the other.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm still of the belief that if it is going to be expensive either way, then do something that shall last longer and be most useful for the situation.
It'll never break if you make the whole fucking thing in a mithril, and if it manages to break,
the gun part.
you've done
yes.
something well and
The trading
truly
part,
strange.
if I can... No, the trading part won't work.
Well, and it would probably help the flow of mana throughout the engine. Just it's expensive. It's going to be very expensive.
There's time and there's... Yes, dear.
I am leaving now. I'd like my daggers from the security office.
Huh.
Keith is not here. All right.
No, he isn't.
Thanks.
Still not even technically on the job and still on the job. That is how it usually goes, is it not?
It's been a little bit.
Oh, fuck, yeah. Hey, welcome to my world.
What is yours? It's for Jerry.
Are you supposed to be on vacation as well?
You can have it.
And
yes, I am.
I've never taken a friggin' vacation.
Well, you need to get on that, dear. It's quite nice.
Hi. I hate how I have to look up to him from here.
What the
These
fuck
are quite nice.
Not
Normally
to be
you're
rude,
at eye
but
level.
don't you typically look up to everyone?
They're talking to me, Thorgar, relax. Yeah, normally I'm at eye level with him. It's weird having to look up.
You're floating.
Oh, I'm floating?
Nice
Of
stilts.
course I'm floating. Oh, okay, that's... There we go. Problem solved.
Yay. Problem resolved, yay.
The hover module in my right leg is a pain in the ass.
Wait,
Was it built by our people?
No, it was built by me.
Oh.
It's experimental.
Still just as good. Just as good.
Yeah, no, my right arm and right leg were made by me. Designed by me. It's a work in progress.
Can't help it, this is comfy. And Warren's is off for the next Well, this week and next week. So I haven't been able to play Cesta and just lay down.
There isn't a bit of iron in them, is there?
No, not fair.
Comfy pillows, though.
At all, actually. They're made out of plastic.
Comfortable.
Mm-hmm. I'm getting the full experience of these pillows.
I see.
I suppose it could be more comfortable.
At least I like it more than just accidentally shorting it times.
Yes, I suppose it could be.
Pardon me.
Oh dear, who can help me with that?
Yes, who could help you with that?
Spiritual energy gain their essence. It allows them to either be lifted or moved
What?
easier by spirits.
I saw that. Why do you tease me so?
Help me with my research.
Because you make it fun.
The interesting thing is that they
Just like this new sheet will make it fun.
ability to move the objects with
You really are jealous, aren't you?
Mm-hmm. Not at all. What are you talking about?
Makes sense.
The trouble is
I don't know. You sound jealous to me.
that have been exposed to a lot.
Oh, you're obviously wrong.
And I don't have a way to
Great and powerful commune will not be jealous of such things.
or pick that up.
And if I said I
Is electromagnetic
wash the
I mean,
chassis every
as funny
time
as it may sound, you could always try
before I start working on it,
and whatnot.
on her,
I got a Ghostbusters
What do you mean by that?
that wouldn't have any reaction at all.
That's actually not a bad idea.
No, why would it?
No,
Make sure I have a clean working space when I use my tools to etch in the runes.
Well, yes, you should obviously, because that is a job of the High Priestess to stay pure.
This is weird. I'm gonna be Egon for about 3 days.
And I clean it using various oils to make sure all the magic dust.
See in the backyard?
I give it a good rub down.
Yes.
That wouldn't garner a reaction either.
I got to see it.
Oh, you are digging yourself a hole.
It'll be like 30 seconds.
Being opened.
How am I digging myself a hole? You said you were not jealous. But I hear jealousy.
You are attempting to make me. How dare you?
Oh no.
Am I?
We're never watching the Star Wars Holiday Special again. I am never. You cannot.
It sounded to me from the very beginning you were already jealous.
It's okay.
You spent plenty of time there.
All I have to do is stay. Harry Fisher.
And now it is with the sheep.
Well, well, it was good.
While
to
I've been
see you
working
all,
on
but it
getting us a
seems
proper
that-
home and a proper shrine.
It seems that I must leave because my lads have managed to piss off an entire tribe of red caps again.
Physically, mentally, rather.
Oh, that's not good.
Unfortunate.
No, the last time was fucking.
Star Wars Holiday Special.
Oh, stay safe, my friend.
Harry Fisher, so drugged out that you
Yes,
can tell
but
he's not even there mentally. No.
the one key difference,
My face.
Kise,
As groomed
is the thing that I work on
dead.
isn't alive.
How did you get here?
Oh, yes, now.
No, stay here.
And at the end of the day, I come home to you.
Oh, Flux.
Hang on. Sheesh.
Yes, that is obvious.
Maybe more tired than we thought.
And my soul belongs to you.
Okay.
Oh my
He
god,
was
we
so
killed him.
tired that he fluxed.
True.
Okay.
And the one I chose to marry is...
I just realized I have an electromagnetic scanner in my eyes. I can
You.
make a set of software to just tune
and the one who I call my stars and moon is you. And nothing can and nothing ever will replace you.
Remember, don't cross the beams.
Yes, of course.
I can
Over here.
and will.
I'm so confused.
I'm not making a proton pack. I was
What?
I can and will
I mean,
cross
they're
the
all
streams.
together.
Pause. Ileana, I can't make a proton pack or any form of ghost catching technology. I'll get kicked out of the guild. Alright,
You need a proper pillow.
It's a thing I made for a lot of the undead, just a simple protection thing to
Are you okay?
anything that would cause some harm to them. It's not
So not only am I sleep deprived, the flux is in for me.
Did you get in a fight before coming here?
No problem.
Just a smidge.
How you feeling, buddy?
So there's no need to be jealous.
If Aria wasn't French, she would chew you out.
I don't mind being your pillow.
I would certainly hope not. It's going to be for quite a long time.
And I need to make progression.
Good. I'm gonna hold you to that.
10 hours is many hours.
You're going to hold me to many things, my love.
Yes, I am.
I have stepped to the kitchen.
That's rough, buddy.
Oh, so you have met them.
Here. Wait, I already told you about the game in a box, didn't I?
Roxas.
I don't know.
I'm exhausted, dude.
Oh, that's why your outfit looks familiar.
I'll tell you in a bit.
But they look like
It'll make more sense later.
small potatoes.
Okay.
He sounds so
small
tired. That is to be
V-shaped
expected.
potatoes.
Why?
I was playing
He does.
Kingdom Hearts.
And then 2 small potatoes that look like Mario Mocha. And then there's a small potato that like just fits in my hands.
This doesn't actual fantasy of the character, yeah. Oh, that's what that was. I missed that first comment. Sorry. I mean, yeah, all my characters are technically fantasies because I can't bring myself to like self-insert anything. I roleplay to step away from myself.
He sounds very tired.
Yes, that is what happens. At least from what I remember.
How did I know it was you immediately?
Usually they put that on the workers.
I don't really say it, but yes, I do have one.
Until they were old enough to work themselves.
Oh, man. Yeah. I get along with dead people better than I do with live ones. Or robots better than I do
Do I look like I shaved my face? I haven't looked at myself in a mirror.
Oh, I used to be bad. Then I got better.
Does it look like he has? Yeah, you look like you trimmed yourself up alright.
Alright, you're a phoenix.
Okay.
Yeah. Dying is kind of something I can do very permanently. Just walk it off.
Do you know what a brat is?
Yeah,
I
just
saw
remember,
that
if
you
you
was
die,
wrong.
make sure your patron is a very gay nerd and decides to say, stop that, that's cringe,
That's
regenerate
probably
like
why I'm
Doctor
not-
Who, and then just walk it
I
off.
just not put a shirt on.
I want to bash
No,
my
I
head
just
against
don't
any
want it.
keyboard in my vicinity, so I'm going to use my cyber deck. Okay,
That's why I have this face. My patron's a fucking nerd, and she said regenerate like Doctor Who.
Never seen Doctor
There's Michael.
Who!
I'll go ask him to make you some coffee.
Last night was the first time I've ever seen Star Wars. Anything related to Star Wars.
Wait.
Hey,
You
here's some
chose
coffee,
to
here's some
start
hard
Star
drugs.
Wars with the holiday special.
Yeah, Michael.
Yes.
Do you think you'd be able to brew some coffee for Jaden over here? Something strong for him?
Sure.
You're talking about sponge
Kise.
skin. Yes, dear.
I have alchemy frosted chocolate chip cookies.
Yes.
Creamy. What are you doing?
Cookie. Want to give it
To cross the stream.
Thank you, dear.
I don't want to be some
Oh.
parasocial creep that knows things about people's whole universe because I played a game that they're from. I don't want to do
I'm just changing here.
Would you like some creamy frosted chocolate chip cookies?
This is not something I was thinking could be possible a year ago.
I didn't bring any chocolate today. So I didn't even realize what day
They're star shaped.
I'm not going to lie, that scared the shit out of me.
What was that?
Thank you.
A Pokemon.
Oh.
Would you like one?
Yes, please.
Yeah, like.
I don't know why, but that gave me terrible flashbacks to something sinister.
People knew who
According to the Pokédex entry,
Hmm.
creamy frosting tastes like pure happiness.
even know about it. I'd get
Oh.
freaked out.
Oh, that is. Oh.
So it tastes like looking at pretty girls?
I'm
That tastes like happiness.
Hang on, they disappeared into the pile of. They make you.
I get some coffee brewing.
Thank you.
Anyway.
You doing good?
Yeah, no, that's my.
Okay. I'm gonna bring some coffee.
That's my whole thought process of why I avoid certain video games and movies and franchises.
Yeah.
I specifically play nothing but Guilty Gear. But even I can't play Guilty Gear anymore because I've seen people from Guilty Gear.
I mean,
See, here's the thing.
thanks,
The best way to go
creamy.
about it,
I'm okay. I'm just
Just ignore them.
tired. I'm just really
Here,
tired.
come here, a little
it's
Here, a little
not
bit of cream on your hands.
One of the people from Guilty Gear are really nice. They're really sweet.
Thank you,
They give me
Creamy.
cookies.
Creamy.
Oh?
Oh,
Who
cookies?
was it?
To be fair, the way that I've
It
heard
was
some
the one
people
with the hood
describe
and the
things
yo-yos.
is
Oh, Bridget.
brisket,
Blanket.
bucket.
Bidet.
Basket.
Also, I made a mod. I
Bourgeoisie.
made
That works as well.
what?
So hard to get the right angle.
Bourgeoisie? Wasn't me.
What are they talking about?
What?
One of the
I don't know,
modded into the game.
but I have a very large black dog in my head,
Mm.
Oh.
Well, yes, that is normal.
running its mouth again.
Are you okay with me casting a spell on the coffee?
She
I am
does
perfectly
spiral
fine with that.
like
I'll.
head,
Whatever you. I
Okay.
trust your judgment.
The move that he does where he jumps up in the air, spirals and slams to the
You
ground.
need to have a talk with it.
Interesting.
I don't know.
Plug into your leg and then go back into the Pokeball.
I have done that for about 5 of my friends. One of my favorite ones is.
It's early, which is the annoying part.
Daisy.
Hmm.
Because Daisy.
It does seem to be.
A gun.
Her response is Her response is.
He can wait.
Jackass gun.
Yes, it.
Hi. Gun is pretty useful
Hello,
stuff.
dear.
How you holding up?
I'm exhausted. I'm so fucking tired.
You sound like it.
That is obvious.
Michael would just hand you a
They're adorable. They eat and they sleep and they poop and they throw up on my shirt.
Yes, they do.
But they're cute and shaped like potatoes
On the plus side, my love, after a month you can get them the proper rituals. Hopefully we shall have a shrine. Though that may take more time. Hmm.
Actually, that's 3 people. Sorry, I'm bad at counting apparently tonight.
Though someone other than Mocha will have to take them in for the proper rituals.
I mean, you could just do a combination in theory.
It will still take a bit longer before I can get close to her.
Yeah, like how Bridget has Roger.
Is that because of the gummy thing and the rituals of the...
Yes, dear, the impurities.
It's yes.
Words are hard right now.
Oh, I can see that.
Yes.
Brain.
Though mine are for a different
15
reason.
hours of sleep over the last week.
Hmm.
I'm tired.
I believe you would be. But remember that they are cute.
They're small and adorable.
Yes, you can
And one of them really
use
just fits in my hands.
Oh. Can use that to
So
push yourself
small,
forward.
Kise. Small.
Yes, they would
He
be.
eats so goddamn much.
Yes, they would.
Haven't met her, but I can't show you a picture. She shows you a picture of.
It's weird. He looks almost exactly like me.
Sitting next to a
Like,
woman in a
even down to the fur.
cannily wide smile.
No.
It's a little weird.
She looks dead at you and waves, and then looks right back where she was.
No.
I swear. I swear if you guys
Say
take
it.
a picture, there was
Absolutely
it
not.
was just gonna be an empty picture because you can't take pictures of ghosts. That would be
What is he saying
Never
now?
mind.
I still love that Santa has the picture of me and him.
Offering to watch them.
Oh.
I didn't
No.
even have the physical clothes though.
Maybe when
Exactly.
older.
By himself with his arm out like this.
When they're old enough to walk and talk, maybe.
No. Yes. No.
Hmm.
Do you remember when you showed yourself to Kise?
Yes.
No.
Hi, Nasca.
No. That's no. They are infant. No.
How you doing, buddy?
You are exhausting.
Yeah, I feel that.
Even I cannot get close to them right now. You're not allowed.
You are literally horrifying. And might I add, you are a literal one prophesized to bring in Ragnarok. It's understandable nobody would want you to let you watch their children.
If he traumatizes my kids, we're gonna have problems.
It contains parts of my memory because, well, I won't.
You are not fluffy and. Do you hear yourself right now?
Skull.
I think I might have broke Darty.
You are about as lovable as a cactus.
How are you?
I'm so fucking tired. I'm so tired.
She will say the same thing.
They
You have
eat,
this
They sleep. They cry.
very
They poop.
misconceived relationship between yourself and Kise. She will say the exact same thing.
Hmm.
That's
Yeah, welcome to
Thanks,
fatherhood.
Nasca.
I'm right here, you know.
Is he fluffy and
Do
cuddly?
you know what a blowout is?
hairstyle.
The fluffy part is a bit difficult considering your shadows.
Dusko? Dusko?
You don't want to know, Dusko. Trust me, you're better off not knowing.
I agree. It's not what he's referring to in this.
I mean, I suppose there have been
Okay.
those few times where we've been together and cuddled, so technically.
Let's go.
Don't
Big mug of coffee.
Don't give him
Oh,
a technicality.
you're my new favorite person.
As Jaden jokes about,
Besides,
he's
everyone has
so little
only
that
ever
magic.
seen you as
He is
the
cast
shadow you choose to stalk people in.
Let's go.
Okay. I guess so.
Yes, I'm aware where you actually are.
Let's go.
Everything holding up okay?
Do you know what you're asking me to do?
Sorry, but I feel better now.
Oh, that's good.
Let's go.
Do you know where that would take me? Where I would have to go for that?
My tattoo all the time.
Where is he trying to take you?
Let's go.
This kid's lovely. Definitely helps.
He wants me to break him free.
So cute.
Let's go.
Everything fine?
No, that
You
was not
two
part of
had
the
a.
deal.
Outside of
You two
is
have an
that
agreement, and that is not it.
Everything good?
Yeah, no, I feel great.
Our deal was you assist me, and I show you the world, man. That was our deal.
You can just cuddle me.
15 hours of sleep over the last week. That's all I've had.
Oh, goodness.
Why are you saying that? Why are you saying that multiple times?
I know.
If you need help, please ask.
Why would I pray that you
Seems unsure.
don't alter it further? What does that mean? You're saying that like it's...
Please feel free to ask me. I'm very expert.
Fucking Star Wars reference.
No, we have a deal.
I'd be more than happy to.
No, if you're going to tack that onto the deal, we're going to have to have a long conversation about revising things.
I can handle that, I promise.
Because you are asking me, you are a very big ask.
Two smaller
You are asking me to risk too much.
and a really small potato that just fits in
And
my
then,
hands.
I'm still not sure I can trust you.
I may not remember it well, but at some point I am a grandmother. I've had my fill of childbearing.
That was great, Darren.
Better than we thought. She's fat.
What do you mean?
She's fat. She's happy. She looks
Yes, we spend this much time. No, that doesn't automatically gain trust.
no signs of
Not that kind of trust.
water that I can see or tell.
You're asking me to set you free, but as far as I know, you could just go bring about the end of the world.
So to speak.
That's not how this works. No, that's not how. That's not how this works.
He's talking to the voice inside.
Yes, this is also probably not the best place to discuss this one, though.
Well, I have no choice.
If you need anything at all, please.
This is
don't
not the
hesitate.
type to discuss this.
Giant shoes. I have to ask.
It's where I put my potions.
Those are very large, yes.
You have shoes of holding.
He's howling.
No, it's a cosplay.
No.
Oh.
They're naturally big because they're like that in the game, and I didn't want to skin
I just have bags of trinkets.
I wanted it to be as accurate as possible.
He's whining.
If that means I walk around in clown shoes, I walk around in clown shoes.
What did you do?
Looking like a
I am a commie, thank you.
It wouldn't be the first time.
I didn't call you a god, Kise. I was talking about.
I have my
I
ways.
feel a lot better. As I come.
How do you shush a god?
I really did leave the house.
Very easily, you say shh.
You did.
Let's go.
Do you have
Kise,
any?
you.
Very powerful.
Now he stopped.
You have the power to do that.
Entirely.
If anyone could shush your god, surely it would be Kise.
Snowball, I'm not used to commies.
My message about just something I could change in and out of quickly.
Well, your first mistake was doubting that Kise could do anything.
Exactly. How dare
Very
you?
true.
I didn't doubt her. I didn't know it was physically possible. That's two separate things.
You're so surprised.
Well, he does also have a weird fascination about you.
May thought she might be.
I do not know what it is, but it looks
I am technically divine also, so.
You guys are a thing.
Though, that could also be because he's been attached to me so long. Kind of symbiotic relationship.
What I'm talking about.
This is true.
I do. I learn
Where
quickly.
from there's elves and the slightly elfier
And
elves.
he's okay. So success.
Where I'm from, there isn't
What?
any of this.
Hmm.
I was never a doll before.
What does that say about me?
I didn't know that ghosts existed before I became
Well, for one, I am madly in love with you.
Interaction outside of my children.
And I have admitted I would bring about the apocalypse. Yeah, okay, no, that checks out.
You'll see that my past 4 hours.
See, that's true.
In my defense, I hadn't planned on leaving the house without a shirt.
So it's a good kind of
You guys were fucking with me.
words. Everything got so loud. So many voices. Oh, and now there's cosmic.
And it's chocolate chip.
Pops and bangs, almost like fireworks.
You're a dad now.
Somehow I assumed something like that was going to happen.
It's so strange. Because when I pick them up, I keep thinking I'm gonna drop them. Even though I know I won't. But I still have that little voice in my back of my head.
You have to tell them all to
You're gonna drop them even though I don't.
If only it was that simple.
If only.
Yeah. My daughter is like really
It should be that simple. I need to get stronger.
Kinda squished. She looks kinda smushed like a potato.
I can show you a list.
I don't even think the gods at this point could fix that. Well, not you getting stronger, the other thing.
Someday.
Oh, thank you.
Can you help me? I want to show Maya the toy maker area.
Really flexible.
Yeah, I can.
He just fits in my hands. Like
More
really
adorable than people.
Aren't they all technically mochas as well?
Yeah.
More
They're all mochas kids. They're all mochas kids.
You won't make me pick you up and show you how adorable you are.
I've had 15 hours of sleep. Please cut me a little bit of slack. It's hard.
Are you going to be alright?
15 hours is a lot of time. Or do you mean in the last
15 hours. In the last week.
I'm uncertain. Because it seems to be getting louder, and I would have to go cosmically check on
Two of them are mine.
That's understandable.
some
We didn't actually know.
two things.
Would be Kurus until they were here.
You
The
need to.
spiritual wolves.
Hmm.
You're just
Always so needy.
What? You're just
Always.
Wait a minute. Hang on.
Yes, I should probably go make sure they're... Do you want me to? I can return to come pick you up when the guild calls session over.
Hmm.
So you don't have to worry about finding a way home.
Well, I was assuming that either way.
Well, yes, but figured I would at least vocalize it so that way you were reassured in the manner that you...
I wonder if this has a bunch of
Oh, good.
residual spiritual energy. It'll allow her to pick it up.
Usually
Allow who to pick it up? Or like
Good luck with that.
physically interact with it?
I'm going to need it.
Yes, yes, you shall.
I have another lot of sleep.
Annalise, I just realized
I swear, cosmically people are assholes.
Yes, yes, they always are.
A good night.
Pascal.
Oh.
Good night.
I have to go.
I took the battery out, but I'm wondering if
Oh.
you can pick it up.
When the meeting's over, I'll come back and pick you up.
Picking up
Very well.
any object, it's more so.
Easily.
It's more so accidentally shorting or misjudging, I guess, my strength is the right way to
Well,
put
it's
it.
heavily insulated,
Skull.
so It should be fine.
Hmm. Oh, it is that time of the night.
Comfortable?
Indeed, these are quite nice. I did not get a chance to properly use them last time. Though I'm missing my best pillow. Unfortunate.
Does it require any amount of focus to do it?
I'm sure you can lay any more you please once you're back home.
True! And even more so in the future! Considering we shall be making a proper estate. And we apparently have plenty of assistance with construction.
You found a place?
Yes, we are going to submit the proper paperwork tomorrow. I even managed to get myself inset as the guardian kami of the location since the previous one died. I had to speak to all the yokai in the area, obviously, to be certain about it, but they seem to think it shall be better.
You don't want to piss off your, would relatives be the right term? Albeit distant relatives.
What's wrong,
I suppose somewhat, though not exactly. It's more like neighbors, potential subjects.
Let's go.
Yeah, you're fine.
It's like the people you've made at family reunions that you're sort of related to, but not really.
Somewhat. I suppose technically we come from all the greater economy in the first place, though.
Your blemish is just cleared up.
Though that is everyone, dear.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Technically, you could become a kami after you die, depending.
Let's go.
Let's not think about that right now.
Yes, exactly.
Let's go.
Oh, you're just vibing.
The wonderful secrets of events is, Mocha went out with Michael and Indra's because Indra got stuck in a wall somewhere. Then again, and I have eyes coming up to me telling me, hey, how this water broke, please. The fact that it happened in Michael and Indra's apartment of all places is...
Annalise was able to pick this object up without even focusing on it.
Oh.
They seem to be the catalyst for several strange things that happened, to be fair.
Probably would too, even if I wasn't in my doll.
She was an egg.
I know, I saw the egg.
I guess to answer your question more pointedly,
Stranger things have happened, apparently.
I'll try and bring Stella by again soon.
You take your new parent. You take all the time you need.
Okay. But they look like little people-shaped potatoes. They're potato people. And people potatoes.
You very much enjoy your food analogies.
Little claws.
Is it might hurt somebody problem, or it might hurt you problem?
You remember when, less than a year ago, I would have gotten so upset to hear you using food analogies about your children.
Let's go.
Phil, you're
You've certainly come quite far. I'm proud of you.
Let's go.
Then my kids, I'm allowed to call them potatoes if I want to.
a very large number.
Oh yes, true. But still, I would feel like you are mocking me.
So I still can't eat.
Luckily, that is not the case anymore.
That's something I still need to work on.
Is it socially acceptable to call your children by food terms?
Yes, I've heard many parents refer to their children by food terms. Words are difficult.
None of my business. Got it. Okay.
Skull.
I appreciate your insight to Skull, thank you.
Refer to their newborn child as a pile of mashed potatoes.
Don't worry, I'll be.
It's always potatoes.
You better be.
Yes.
I wouldn't call my kids mashed potatoes. Or what's been coming out of them.
Oh no, please do not
Picked
speak
up
of
by
that.
her without even focusing on it.
Don't you dare ruin this soup for me. Or they had mac and cheese ruined for me. Don't you dare.
Also, you're also a toy.
No,
I
like, I
keep
can
forgetting
eat it.
who's in the toy makers.
Wait.
I could make some for you.
Oh,
I'm
we're looking for a tour guide for me.
Wait, how did I remember that?
So
I'm still trying to brainstorm a way to teach Michael how to make a ghost food. But
Let's go.
with the kids around,
I
that's
just
been
remembered
put on the
something
back
from
burner
our
a little
previous life.
bit.
That's
Yeah.
okay. That's something.
I asked the book. It said, you could find out in a slightly ominous tone. I don't know what that meant, but there you go.
Oh boy.
That is concerning.
I'm gonna try and get to the aquarium at some point and see if they have anything.
Also, I could be pretty.
Oh, if you need help with magic, I could
take
teach
that
you
bot.
some things. I've been spending a lot of time learning magic myself.
Let's go.
Uh,
Let's go.
So I was able to pick up all books, but as soon as I picked up spell books, that were full spell books, they moved away from me, and then my book got mad at me.
Let's go.
Interesting.
Okay.
Oh, I'll have to teach you.
That's a good
other things
idea, though. I
then.
need to
That
go to the
one's
Wicarium soon, too.
indispensable.
I'm told they're having an auction soon, which is more exciting. I received something good last time, so perhaps they should have something interesting.
Yeah, it says something about why are you trying to betray the bonds we forged, or something along those lines.
I'm sorry.
That just sounds
Is your
jealous.
book
Jellies!
Sounds like a patron of some sort.
I'm so glad to show sympathy.
Go. Let's go.
Talk.
Go.
Okay.
Oh,
It's
Yes,
sentient. Sentient.
I'm
Talks.
very much specialized in learning a lot of spells that can help me with moving things around and getting things done, since I'm typically quite small. So,
They seem
in
to want to
particular,
talk
I've
to
gotten a lot of
you.
use out of Mage Hand, Unseen Servant, and Penta's
It was
Floating
when
Tip.
I picked up a grimoire, which was like its own spell book, and it was like, how dare you?
Unseen Servant.
Yeah, let's go.
From what I've heard from other people who have grimoires, they're very, very picky.
Wonder if I can do something like that once I have enough power for the shrine.
Fainting chair.
Did I hear you were supposed to have a tutorial?
To give you an example,
Go.
it'd be like Mr.
Something about a tutorial.
What was his name?
I think it's the same.
I suppose technically that'd be partly my
Yeah,
calling.
you're gonna have to come over and see them at some point.
I keep forgetting it.
Yes, eventually. Again, darling, it may take about a month before I can get close enough.
I was actually down at the meat rack last.
I know.
Well, once the god performs proper ritual, it should be fine. Then I'd need a bit more time for Mocha, but then it should be alright.
What did you call me?
I'm trying.
An unfortunate barrier.
Farted and I couldn't remember the name. There we go.
I do not know whether having a proper shrine will make it better or worse.
Better? Possibly.
I'm hoping so. It will certainly be better in many ways. It is more the trade-off. I suppose if I gain more power as a kami, I shall receive more of the separation with the material plane that comes with it. A bit more sensitivity to certain things, like the Kigare.
Yeah. I mean, the last thing any of us want is for you to start losing your marbles.
Mode.
No, yes, I am not looking forward to that, though it is an inevitability eventually if I am properly a kami. It is a cycle.
Oh, this isn't because of anything you've done.
It is like having multiple jars that get filled by certain things at different times, and once one spills over, you have to go through with it and reset it.
I see the problem.
That sounds wonderfully complicated.
Ah, the life of having 4 souls, technically, being split.
What?
Let's go.
No.
Oh yes, darling, kami have 4 souls At least
Cookies
4
are
pieces.
definitely part of it.
They all
They're
interact.
just a
They
catalog
go a
of
bit in a
things that
cycle
sound-
about what is the most active at the moment.
I see. Okay.
Let's go.
It is quite complicated.
Certain flavors garner certain emotions bring certain thoughts to mind, and those thoughts rather quickly soured my
You know something that's really weird?
Understood.
It's
It was a
like,
trigger. I get
now that they're actually here,
Fair enough. You are valid.
I'm sorry.
it's like everything's just so much
Is there anything
different.
I can do to help take your mind off?
Well, yes, darling, of course it would be.
I don't believe so.
Like, not a bad different, just a. I.
Do not apologize.
I'm not very sure how to
I've
explain
not done
it.
anything wrong.
I believe I can understand to an extent. I've seen plenty of births, so I suppose it is much different from this.
I made a discovery.
Mostly because others would take care of it, and then they would eventually get into the system.
Apparently, objects that are exposed to a lot of spiritual energy are just.
I imagine living in a brothel that
No issue.
might have happened more often than not.
Yes, yes, it did. Well, technically, not more often than not, because they did things to make certain that that would not be a problem with their contracts. But when it did happen, it certainly changed things for the ones involved. Generally not for the best, though this is where you all differ. Because you are not stuck in the contract system. You do not have to worry about indentured servitude getting in the way.
I know how I'm going
EMF trackers aren't that
different. Yeah.
So you're fine.
Cybernetic guys, they're already there. I just have
Just like, I want to be able to talk
track a specific frequency.
all about them in the comms, but
Which is gonna be.
I'm keeping their names out of there.
Which is
There's
understandable.
a few people in the, there's a few people that have comms access that I would not want getting a hold of my children's names.
Radio, that's what radios do. They pick
I
up
understand you.
electromagnetic frequencies.
Go.
But we are not in the comms right now.
Okay, so Gray, she's the biggest of the 4 of them.
Right.
Sure.
She looks a little. My daughter.
I know. I just.
Mocha named her. She's the largest of the 4. She looks kind of like her face got a bit smushed because she's significantly larger than her siblings.
Hmm.
The internet star. That was it.
Let's go.
It was a
Aiden, he looks a lot like Maury, except he's darker skin like Mocha is. Willow's about the same. Very cute, very normal. Also kind of smushed.
Smushed.
Like, I mean, they were all kind of smushed together.
I think that's what I'm going to do.
Oh.
For months.
That is understandable.
I'm going to take my leave.
I got told that they grow out of it after a week or 2. They look less smooshed.
Find a band of raiders.
That is generally true, yes, from what I've encountered at least.
Determine whatever they're doing.
And then there's Raymond. He's small, and he barely fits in my hands.
And then I'm going to summon a cardinal weapon.
Really small.
And then there will not be any more slavers. And then
He also eats so goddamn much.
Which means he will most probably grow up to be the largest.
Understandable. Have a nice night.
Maybe. It's always hard to tell with a runt. I mean, hell, I'm a runt myself.
And see?
I know, there's just a small voice in my head that's saying he's the runt, he's small, something could happen. Even though I know it probably won't, but...
From what
Yes,
we
especially
saw,
not if you're
Dom
staying with
Smoke is
us.
having the exact same thoughts.
I won't be in any danger.
Yeah, I know.
The parts that worried me.
The land will certainly be protected.
When
And I suppose that is technically going to be my job. Oh, I'm going to have to get used to that.
I mean,
going on a slaughter.
When and if you can, I could use your help with something.
Yeah, give me a minute. I will say right now, if any of those kids end up like me, I apologize right now.
Oh no! They grow up to be like the father who saved me.
Hey, Daisy. You know what I meant. I meant chaotic and stupid.
I'm sure you're real busy though.
That makes it fun.
I'm so tired. And there's been so
Yeah,
much
you sound like it.
Where did Artie go?
Don't worry.
Oh, that's a good question.
I have caffeinated honey if you need it.
Path of succumbing to hate and anger.
Maybe.
Off steam.
Actually, can I put an order for 2 jars of that?
Yes, you can.
Thanks.
Here you go.
Oh, how much
You can pay me later.
Have a good night as well.
That'll be 80 for both of them, but yeah, don't worry about it right now.
Yeah, which way did your wife go?
I lost track of her.
I lost track of her. She wanted to talk to me about something. Okay.
Disappearing. Everyone is so fast.
Yeah.
Can I say something to you?
Yes.
He's a constant.
What you say?
Red Wild here, everywhere else have been. Whatever.
That's how it tends to go, yes.
Is
Aye,
more
true.
interested in Ileana now.
Oh, that was nice.
I'm starting to get a little worried about May's violent impulses.
Sometimes
Oh, goodbye.
it's something that can't be helped or controlled. But then it's often best to find a place to let them out.
Interesting one.
His spillers are quite large.
Welcome back.
Oh.
I got there.
That seemed ominous.
Actually, you know what, Jaden? Honey's on the house. Don't worry about that. You're going through a lot right now.
Oh, that is certainly ominous.
That's sweetie.
No problem, then.
That's not a good sign.
Ideas you will like.
Sign.
Oh, do tell.
Already has ideas.
Form of technology and objects that you can physically interact with without it hurting you in the slightest.
Wow. That seems, what is the term? Oxymoronic.
Good luck with it.
What do you need my help with?
Interesting.
Oh, Artie, I thought you
How do you make physical objects spiritually intact?
No, Artie.
How do you make physical? How do you make food ghost food? How do you do that? How is that process done?
With a mix of alchemy and magic.
We don't give Artie nicknames. She's a bit
I'm gonna teach you more the more alchemical side. I feel like that'd be more down your way.
Remember, darling, this may work for Yude and ghosts, but the reason it works for them and not me is because they used to be people.
I know. That's what it's going to be all encompassing. That's the
It's
way.
a start.
Yeah.
I get what she's trying to do.
I see. I wish you luck, but I am not going to hold my proverbial breath. Oh, goodness.
I know, Miss Kise. I have to do my. I came to the MMR. I came to the MMR for a reason, to build technology that other races who could not interact with it.
Hello.
That is good to know.
I will let you know when I have time to teach you. The kid's a kind of priority one right now.
I know. I'm not demanding you do it immediately. I've got all the time in the world to work on this project.
Seribot was one of the best things I learned about. It has been so helpful doing with bots.
Literally. I've already got to talk to Miss Elise about my. I've already got to talk to Miss Elise and Evo about my problem at home with a physical video game in a box.
can I ask one favor? Please.
Oh.
Not gonna happen immediately. I'm waiting for everything to kind of cool
Oh
off.
dear.
No. I was gonna say don't get Elise sucked into
I'm afraid I have just come back from work.
space again.
Oh. So very busy, dear.
No.
I am. Unfortunately, you should know better than anybody how stressful this job can be.
Oh, indeed. I suppose I shall know more, given that.
Are we still on for tonight?
Oh, indeed.
Yeah. Oh wait.
Shall someone need to let Ticket know?
I had come by to pick you up.
My conundrum.
Oh, wonderful.
Although if anyone else would like to come, they are more than welcome to come as well.
Well, I do not know about that. I suppose that would be a question for them.
We're trying to explain the
I
Kise
suppose I can ask.
Dude, I have been working on it non-stop. I have been busy.
I will be taking.
I'll be honest. I didn't believe a week had passed because it only felt like 2 days.
Yeah, been there.
I'd like to come.
It is a hot
I might take a walk outside for a bit.
Understandable. If I'm not here when you get back, Jaden, it's good to see you.
I'll try not to be a stranger.
Yes, you better not, considering I cannot go there right now.
Yay!
Trying to infuse tech with spiritual.
What is their name?
With angels.
Yes. After 8 months.
They call themselves Fox.
No, longer than that. After a year of sitting and spinning in this guild doing nothing, I am finally doing my job!
They did hand me this file. It's got all the information on it.
I can hear that.
I'm sure there will be plenty who will appreciate the ability to spiritually touch technology and not feel
so much
any sort of
work
discomfort.
to
Do these meetings to try to get away from
There's
work.
so much work to do, Roland.
I'm sorry,
I have an idea.
I have a laundry
It
list.
is quite alright. I shall start with the wet market and look into it.
Megabytes?
That said, I have only just come to pick up somebody.
No, 21 terabytes. Sorry.
Hello.
I am ready to depart when you are. Hello.
Oh well.
We are heading to the Spring of a Certain Kami if you would like to come.
Oh.
Oh. Where?
The Spring of a Certain Kami?
It is apparently some place that I can get some inspiration for the future onsen.
It is the sacred realm that was once tended to by 7 guardian Kami. They have only just recently undone the seals on it.
Alright, we're closing. I need to go clock out.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Very soon, yes.
We are clocking out
Oh
anyways.
yeah,
so
it's past 1 in the morning. That's usually when we.
it certainly is. I suppose now is as good a time as any.
I do suppose. Though, is this
Shall we see you
everyone?
outside?
Though technically Jaden is taking a walk. Just need to make sure we're properly
I
done,
saw something
considering.
scuttle into that door. But I do not know what.
Yeah, it's one of the Pokemon who live here,
It
dear.
could have been a Duskull.
Yeah, it could have probably was just a skull.
These old eyes of mine do not see quite as well as they should. Ah.
Yeah, I think it was just the Mimikyu that lives in the library.
Ah, alright.
There's a Mimikyu that lives here.
Indeed.
You didn't know there was a Mimikyu that lives in the library?
Miss Mayday, I barely get enough time to come here as it is. I do not exactly live here as most people do.
Most of us do not live here, technically. I cannot even get close to that room.
True. But as you can see by my very unfortunate timing, I get even less time.
Perhaps.
I just need to log out and I'll be on my way.
I don't see you out front much. What's going on?
Oh.
I was going on in the back. Also, I have cookies.
I can recognize this face.
Is that?
Oh.
Messenger.
What?
Holy shit!
Who is this individual?
Interesting wings. Oh, it seems like the entire party is coming about to go. Goodness.
There.
Okay.
Even Ion is here.
We're not ending
What
yet.
unfortunate timing.
Oh, not ending.
I still need to make the spring. But I suppose there's nothing wrong with asking our new arrivals.
I suppose I am the only head at the moment, so I should at least let Michael and them know.
He was gonna let you know that he was going out the back.
I am not gone by that name in a long time.
Yes, and Roland was coming to come with, wasn't he? Because he would have been the one I would have asked if he was sticking around.
We were trying to figure out if your name was Imperium or Imperium.
It's Imperium.
I gave him more energy because he was very tired. Because he's taking care of 4 kids. Hi, Kise.
Probably don't want to stand
Hello,
right in front of
darling.
the gate if you're gonna be not going through.
I wish to let you know, Sue invited me out to the Spring of the Seven Kamis. I was going to take a look at it, hopefully for inspiration. But I believe I'm the only head here at the moment, so...
Or
I got
defensive
one.
security otherwise.
Good, thank you, dear. I was going to say, I was not certain if you were on duty given things that I've heard happened.
Oh no, I could definitely work now.
Apparently so. Nice wings.
Thanks. They were a little bit smaller before, but now I can actually use them.
Is this the whole leveling up thing I've heard of?
Yep, it's crazy what swallowing a void portal will do to a motherfucker.
Apparently so. Void portal. Oh, that was why Mocha... Alright, that makes perfect sense.
Yeah, I didn't want to have a void portal just chilling in our, living room, so I was like, oh no, I'm just gonna go ahead and, close it. And I ate it instead. And then this happened.
Worrisome, but, well, you are alive. I suppose that is a good start. And you're alright to work, so if that is the case, I will leave it to you.
Oh, Kise.
Yes, dear.
Hey.
Usual bullshit today.
Cookie.
Oh, thank you, dear.
Yo.
It's been such a good day. Such a good week, actually. I shall see you later.
Ezekiel, you said?
Oh.
Nice to meet you. My name's Indra, and my virtue's greed.
I am not dead, and I was killed.
People die.
I guess
Alright, dear. Indra's going to take care of things.
Archers.
Did you know that 100% of people who drink water die?
Very well. I shall meet you outside the gates when you are
So
ready.
100% of people who don't
Oh, I'm
drink
ready
water.
now. I'll mix it and just send a message to Sigurd.
Oh shit, that's so right.
I shall see you outside.
Sharks, thank you so much for the raid! I didn't hear that. That's weird.
Me to become a reaper. Don't. Fucking don't. Don't.
I'm already
become a
contracted
warlock.
to Flower. I'm already fucked.
Why
I'll see you outside.
I'll see you outside as well.
Also, just for sisters, you can get honey, whatever.
Oh, well, here we are.
Also, somebody gave me a Someone gave me a nickname, and I don't know how to feel about it. I got called Frankenstein 5 minutes ago, and now it's stuck.
Mine's my boyfriend.
I have no idea what that is supposed to mean, but...
Love it.
Say no more.
I'm a Frankenstein's monster, and I'm constantly cranky. Frankenstein.
Oh.
See, I thought it was a pun on.
That's clever.
On robotics.
I'll pay you the next time I get another jar.
No.
Interesting. Well, I have a spring to visit, so you'll have a lovely night.
I was gonna say it's on the house, but since you're family.
Laters.
Goodbye, Miss Kise.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
If I like the pay, if you're like making something for me,
Shenanigans.
I do have a map.
Sweet. I've been taking
How
pictures
are
of
you?
maps. Ah, okay.
Oh my goodness. Have you been to Kagaribi Onsen?
Wait, is that the one that's like in a cave?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
I love that one.
Actually going to an onsen map.
I found it recently while I was world hopping, and I was like, you know, fucking Kise would like this.
It is a very good onsen. I have so much stuff to like take pictures of and be like, okay, who can I find a map make for this huge ass idea with multiple parts to it? I have an idea of who to ask. I just need to see whether they're still open.
I recently had a model made by a model maker for my bead sitting. The only issue is you can't look in the back.
Oh.
Because in their haste to try to make it attractive, they made the back of the pants a little too low. You can see Tushy.
Oh. Yeah, I had to pull up a lot of stuff.
So
with...
unfortunately,
yeah,
it doesn't classify.
that makes sense.
But yeah, I could fire up an instance of Cabagary Onsen if you want to vibe for a bit.
Sig did leave at the right time. So yeah, Sig is gonna get a message that
a coat that you can have tied around your waist.
she'll go back to the manor afterwards, but
I've already talked to
she'll
them. They're just
message
gonna go
him.
ahead and just quickly patch it.
Fair.
I was telling the already
And then
tied
they
deck
also have to figure out
about
a way to lower
tomorrow.
the polys because it has 145,000 polygons.
Echo would have been one of the first people she sent messages to about.
I know, right? Why? Why does it have so
I
many?
mean, if he wants to be there and look around, that's okay, but just he'd have to know that it's just the land right now. There's nothing on it. It's basically cleared out because of a wildfire.
I just need to unsubdivide the surface. Anyways, fucking yeet.
Yeet!
Yay!
Yes.
Okay, sounds good. Turn down world audio just in case.
Oh my.
Oh.
I hope you do not mind. It is a little complicated to get to.
Yes, it apparently is, though. I've gotten a bit.
You will find it enjoyable.
I've gotten a bit more used to that sort of travel since Sigurd has learned. Though it is a bit different.
Do you travel much by portal, Kise?
More so. What did he call it? Hijacking the Bifrost. So it is sort of a portal.
You hijack the Bifrost. I did not know you had a Bifrost portal.
Well, not me personally. But someone needed to be taken down a peg, so.
This used to be the realm of 7 powerful communes, but unfortunately, they have passed on. So I suppose this is as much a remembrance as it is something else. The spring could very well use a new tender. For the time being, I have been taking care of it.
I see. Honestly, that is going to be what happens with the place that we just found. The land was missing its guardian deity. They died in a wildfire. They were a tree.
Right. Speaking of, I understand you were having some issues with, recently, whose kid was it, Mocha's?
Well, yes, not so much issues, just the usual kegare to deal with. Cannot get too close until they've been properly purified. Luckily, Sigurd can help you with that.
I see.
Ah,
They
so
used to
this
live right in that rock right there.
Yes, apparently.
You can still feel traces of their vestiges upon it, I suppose, if you listen close enough. I have hopes that in enough time, perhaps with enough caring, I could try to bring them back in some capacity.
I suppose it would depend how they passed.
I do not even know their names.
I might be able to take over if that would be.
So I suppose if you are in the market for a ready-made onsen that requires somebody to tend to it, this is here.
I see. Unfortunately, the land that
The waters have remarkable healing properties.
I've agreed to already does have an onsen. I made certain of that.
Right. How is that
But
coming
Echo.
along?
I'm signing the paperwork tomorrow for the, I suppose, mortal side of things, and I already spoke to the yokai in the area. Got their blessing, so to speak.
Congratulations.
Suppose it shall help if I am a kami of smoke and fire to an extent. I can at least make certain that such a thing shall not happen again so easily.
Understandable. You have come quite a long way since I first saw you, Lady Kise.
I've been working quite hard and gaining my proper spiritual essence, though having a place with a proper shrine should definitely help with that.
I should imagine. Well, yes. I have been tending to this place ever since its guardian kami has vanished.
You did all clean yourselves first, yes?
Of course.
Yeah.
Good.
Of course.
Good. I am going to have to put several signs. I'm told that people just do not understand the proper procedures for onsen anymore.
Well...
What are you taking for? Someone not from Osaka?
Yes, dear, you would be surprised.
I'm not from Osaka and I do not know the procedures. But I do know that you should clean yourself before you come into a public bathing room.
Yeah.
We haven't really had much time to just hang out and have girl hours.
Very true.
Dare I say, for as long as we have known each other, I do not know too much about you.
Likewise, dear. I've also been curious given circumstances. Though, to be fair, you have changed quite a bit since I first met you.
That is true. I will admit to this. Technically speaking, the very first instance that you met was technically my mom, and I think she died several times. It's a whole mess. I aim to try not to die.
Yes, I am hoping I do not have to deal with any. Luckily, I do not have to deal with anything like that.
It's to be the last. I have no ambitions to perish. After all, I have a war to finish.
Yeah.
And what if when you do?
Video games?
That works.
Can't clean the MMR face.
Games are quite fun.
He'll be great with it.
Lady Artemis introduced me to the world of video games recently.
Oh, yes. I cannot get close to those, but
I dare
Sigurd does
say I-
enjoy his, what is it, rail stars or something.
That is right. You do not interact well with electronics.
No, which is why I'm glad that is going to be the one thing that shall not be within this onsen and neocon. Proper traditional.
Will you be lighting it with traditional wood and fire, or will you be using some sort of spiritual power for your lighting?
I've been curious about that. Perhaps a mix of both. Since technically, well, the fire itself is very... Perhaps a bit of magic, a bit of proper fire. But luckily I have Sigurd to make certain that things shall not get out of hand when it comes to fire.
I see. Yes, I suppose if I was in your position, I would consider the sort of individuals who would come to your onsen.
This is true. Echo shall have more input, obviously.
Echo? I did not know he was involved with the onsen's planning.
Of course, Echo is going to be running the Ocon.
Wow, I am so out of date.
Has he not told you?
No.
Goodness.
Unfortunately, with work, we have been a little bit distant of late.
Oh, yeah.
I must steal them away. I had hoped to take them here, but, well, it seems work has gotten the better of them.
Yes.
Will they take to me?
Yeah.
Well, hopefully, once we have everything constructed and he gets to run the Ocon, he shall have more time. He will not have to go around for work. He'll be at home for work.
It's been going well. It's been a hot minute since I spoke to
You would
them.
not even have to, honestly, but I'm certain he would go quite insane if he did not have a place to clean.
That is true. Aku has always been married to his work.
I see.
To an extent. Possibly a unhealthy extent sometimes, but he takes his breaks.
As long as he is taking care of himself, I am happy to support him in any and all endeavors.
It seems like I wanted to talk with everybody I'm working the poly.
I had honestly been curious, since I suppose you have dealt with
the chance to talk about
Kamidam a bit longer than I have. Though our definitions of such seem to be a bit different. How does your...
Well, we do come from different world lines.
Yes, exactly. I was curious how your cycle works.
Like by our Amatama cycle. Well, generally speaking, ours, at least ours in M21, are a bit more aggressive than yours. While yours are mostly caused by impurities, ours are generally caused by bottled up emotions. You could almost say, like the man-made structure known as a dam, our emotions compound, and depending on the events that transpire within our domain, they can build up faster or slower.
Do you have proper procedures to alleviate that?
When matters become dire, I have two protocols in place to take care of it. The primary of which is to rely on an artifact known as the Mask of Devouring Hatreds. Although, as you can see by the scars upon my face, overuse of it does have its consequences.
Yeah, from what I've been told, it prevents the Aramitama from returning to Nikimitama.
Essentially, Aramitama, at least for me, is a far more destructive force. It places us into a form of psychosis. Like feral beasts, we become slaves to all the emotions and pent-up aggressions that have been building up. This usually involves in mass destruction and hundreds upon millions of casualties. And then it fades, and we are left to pick up the crumbs of our own selfish destructions.
Normally for us, that sort of thing would be alleviated by proper rituals with high priests and things like that. Do you not have your own?
Not exactly. While worship sustains my existence, there are not necessarily rituals in place to alleviate our Ramatonic build. It is more so an inevitability than an actual thing.
You do know that is quite concerning, especially being around the mortals here.
It is. You can see why I carry the mask with me consistently. In emergency situations, when I am unable to prevent its flow from becoming too substantial all at once, I am able to quickly equip it. And in doing so, it at least allows me to gain control for enough time to either continue regular activity until it passes, or get myself to a safe place.
Do you have enough safe
My
places?
parents... I do. There is a place called V0. It is a world line that my parents were given a long time ago. It was a universe full of life, of vibrancy. But, repeated aramatomic eruptions reduced the entire universe to atoms, and now it is an empty void.
Concerning. We are very different.
When matters get dire, well, my parents would constrain themselves there. Let their emotions run free, hurl any and all aggressions that they have into the empty, dark, lifeless universe. And then when they are done, lift the constraints they placed upon themselves and return home.
That is quite concerning, honestly. We are...
It is.
The cycles and what they represent are quite different between us. Considering Ascami are
We do
part
come
of the
from
universe,
different
we should not be
methods.
completely destroying everything.
We do come from different universes.
Hmm.
For example, I believe you are produced through ardent worship of a singular object, a pipe.
To an extent,
Whereas
yes.
I am more of a concept. I am a concept of order and purity. Concept of war.
Interesting mix of concepts, honestly, because part of them seem a bit, what they call it, oxymoronic.
And how so?
Purity in war. There is no purity when it comes to war. Destruction leads to
Wow.
impurity.
I technically inherited the domains of war and shadow. I was not born with them.
So
I mean, as you may or may not have noticed, my eyes are purple.
yes, though that can mean many things, dear.
As an Eidolon, my form changes depending on the domains that I bear. Where I was once vibrant blue, well, my armor has shifted to take on darker hues in the flames of war and more purplish hues in the shadows.
Yeah.
Interestingly enough, I have technically taken on the domain of dreams from Master Lulu, but the domain itself does not seem to have anything to it. It is more of an honorific title than anything. Does not seem to have any power.
Aww. Odd.
But perhaps I am simply looking at it wrong.
The things you could get from dreams doesn't seem like a whole lot unless you're asleep.
Right.
I do suppose. It's all very interesting. I have been wishing to understand a bit more, though there is something I would eventually wish to speak to you about privately, if that is all right.
Of course. I am more than happy. Now is fairly enough of an ample time.
I do not suppose either of you would mind if I borrow it for a moment?
Go
I do
ahead.
not mind.
Oh shit, which one?
Where's the best? Is there...
But there are technically some small sections over there for sitting.
Very well.
I will admit, since we are trapped in a cave, nearly all sound tends to bounce.
I do suppose.
Just to help out, I also got better hearing thanks to, Cat.
Would you like me to carry you so that you do not need to be wet?
I suppose that is all right.
Of course.
Oh my.
I know. Princess Kei and Kisagawa, what an honor.
I know, right?
Indeed.
Goodness gracious me. I will confess, my mother, when I spoke to her recently, she always liked her cute.
Oh, she's a sweetheart.
There you go.
Thank you, dear.
Mom always was a softie. Now then, what is it that you needed to speak to me of?
Well, I admit that, well, I have been very excited to see such a place, and getting to have this girl talk, obviously, I do have at least somewhat ulterior motives for
Obviously.
wishing to speak to you.
Ulterior motives? Goodness me.
To an extent.
And what might these ulterior motives be?
I've been wishing to know about your Aramitama cycle and whatnot, because there has been some things that have happened most recently that has become concerning to many. And I wish to alleviate those concerns and make certain that things that should not happen do not happen. So between
Very well.
divinities, I suppose I wanted to ask. Are there issues between you and Mocha?
Me and Mocha?
Yes, or...
No, I do not necessarily have any concerns. Why?
There are certainly concerns about things that were overheard and things that had happened between you two. Some mention of wishing to pull the void crystal out of her chest.
I do not necessarily recall mentioning such a thing. I was not aware of a void crystal.
Are you
Based
aware
on
of
my
everything that
knowledge.
happens in your Automatama cycle?
No, not necessarily. When I enter my atomic cycle, it is like everything becomes in an extreme haze. I feel disconcerted, almost trapped within my own body. The images that I see are, well, soft visions.
And so you cannot see what exactly you feel when you're within it. And you do not remember what has happened afterwards.
Not too much. Depending on the severity of the cycle and the severity of the absurdance, I can lose whole decades.
Do you...
I have not lost so, but...
Have you had any sort of, I suppose, blackouts as such more recently, within the past few months?
I have had a number of aromatonic upcycles, but I have been able to contain them with the mask of devouring hatreds.
Any within the guild?
Within the guild. There was one instance when I was required to wear the mask to the guild, but I was in full control of my facilities at that time.
And that is concerning.
I do not necessarily recall mentioning the void crystal.
That is
If
very
there
concerning
was.
then.
I do not necessarily approve of void crystals within an individual's body serving to corrupt them, but that does not necessarily mean that I would attempt to tear it from them forcibly.
Yes. Unfortunately, the both of them, and her and Jaden, overheard you say such a thing to someone else. Which is why they have been avoiding you and do not wish to... Dear, you can imagine how
That
if
is
they
a
had heard
surprise.
such a thing, they would be concerned, especially when they have children now. When she was pregnant at the time.
I am trying to remember. The last time I had an aromatonic upsurge. No, I have... No, that could be an issue.
What?
Overuse of the mask devours my it devours my aromatama. It allows me to maintain control, but... I am wondering... Was there a moment when the mask was removed?
I do not know for certain whether it was or not. I suppose it'll be a question for the others. I was not there to see it myself.
The fact that I do not remember this is troubling.
But it is possible.
Maybe... It is possible. If a crystal was corrupting an individual's body, and I was in a compromised state at the time, it could be possible that I was operating on some small instinct. As you can understand, as a divinity who embodies order and purity, corruption of any kind does tend to eat at me.
Yes, I absolutely
Considering that-
understand that more than often now. However, there is a difference between corruption to keep one alive and corruption that would kill them. Or removing the corruption to kill them.
That is true. I am
That is a different kind of corruption,
Miss
death.
Flower suffers from a similar affliction.
Well, you can imagine if you are having blackouts and this sort of potential for something that could actually harm someone else in the guild and their children, I have to make certain there are things put into place to avoid that. Which is why I'm asking whether there is any chance for other methods of purification in such a matter. If you cannot entirely rely on this mask, you need to put other protections into place, dear.
Considering that overuse of the mask is beginning to devour my essence.
Exactly.
There is a secondary issue.
Hmm.
My grandfather. I do not necessarily have confirmation of this, but I have a sneaking suspicion that he meddles in my mind.
Oh, that is disturbing.
He is a higher being than me, an entity known as an absolute. He has been trying very vigorously to kill me and those around me. He has even gone so far as to tamper with my memory.
Darling, that is also
have large gaps
something we
in my
need to
memory.
know, especially with people in the guild.
I
That is...
have only just become aware of this.
Right.
I was told that there was somebody in my pack sworn, but I do not have any recollection of them. I was informed that my grandfather simply erased them. Eradicated them. He has, dare I say, he has gone after Miss Tao before. I do not necessarily think he will make an appearance to the manor. There are too many systems in place there.
Maybe
Outside
better
of the
not.
manor.
But if he can take control of you to some extent, and you do have gaps in your memory, that is highly concerning.
It is. I do not necessarily have proof if he has assumed full control of me, but there are moments when I feel that I have not acted within my right mind.
That can also be
Almost as if I
attributed
am
to
being pushed
degradation
to
from the
act.
Ariamitama, yes?
A little bit of A and a little bit of B.
I'm at least, for myself, considering I've not had one yet, I'm at least under the belief that having Sigurd as my high priest should be able to quell such Ariamitama when it arrives soon enough to not cause true problems. But then again, I'm not a kami of war.
That is true.
Feeling I would burn
I
several
hope you do
things
not
most
mean this
probably.
as offense. But you are also a far smaller kami than I.
Yes, which is most unfortunate, and I hope to change that, but I'm new, I suppose.
You will get there in time, Lady Kisagawa. Rest assured.
Indeed,
I am
I've
sure
been dormant for
entire
hundreds of
worlds
years.
will be singing your name.
That is the plan.
If you should like, I could try to weave you within the pantheon that my mortals behave.
Honestly, darling,
Although,
given
that
what
may
I've
cause
heard so far,
complications.
yes, I would rather not. I do not want to be a part of that sort of Ariamitama cycle, thank you.
Ah, that is fair. Perhaps it is best to stick to smaller things.
But indeed, one thing that is for certain is that we need to find other ways to make certain that whatever happened does not happen again.
I am aware. I have been taking a number of strides. I am trying to think. Was there anything... When was this? Do you have an approximate date?
It may have been, I don't know, about a
Were
month.
my eyes purple at the time?
Those are questions I will have to ask them. I believe it was in the past month or two. I could be wrong
If it
about
was
that, but it
shortly
seemed...
after... If it was shortly after I inherited the domain of shadows. Yes, that would be meddlesome. There are a couple systems that I would entrust to somebody important.
Getting your own high priest or
But I
priestesses.
suppose I cannot necessarily be purified. However, there is a weakness, an almost universal one. One that has proven very effective in subduing me in the past. If you should like, I will entrust it to you.
It would at least be appreciated and give some manner of calm to those who are concerned. I cannot guarantee that they will completely wish to interact given the circumstances, especially with their children here now.
I understand. I know that I am somewhat of an outcast, but that is alright.
You have a different way of thinking than many, dear, which can be off-putting. Though I cannot say I am entirely different, to an extent, but as you said, I am younger in comparison.
Well, that and
It can come across as a bit
we live
arrogant.
very different lifestyles. After all, when I was born, I was thrust directly into war. I have not had the opportunity to live what could be considered a normal life. Like a battered shepherd or a rescue dog, I suppose.
I suppose. Though if I may give you a bit of advice...
Regardless. Yes.
I understand you are thrust into war, and that tends to be most of what you deal with, but many others do not have the same understanding, or I suppose they have different emotional attachments to such things, so simply placing it into the public ear is not the best thing to do most of the time.
Yes, I have come to try to eradicate that word from my vocabulary, at least for the terms of communications.
The term eradicated in and of itself makes it difficult, dear.
That said, I shall teach you an instantaneous way to subdue me.
Very well.
It is very simple. There are 2 pressure points upon the sides of my neck, where an ordinary mortal's carotid arteries would be. Sufficient application of pressure to these 2 spiritual pressure points is enough to generally bring me to my knees.
That is good to know. The question is, however, given that I may be one of the department heads, but I am not the only, and I'm not the one in charge of dealing with such things in the moment, would you be alright with this spoken with members of security?
I can certainly let security know. I suppose it is weird to say that the easiest way to subdue God is by choking her to death. However, it is effective.
Strange as that is. But it is a good start.
I worry about myself, Kisagawa. I would like to live a normal life. The kind of life that you live. I am jealous of you, in truth.
Darling, the only reason I'm getting to live a normal life now is because I did not for several hundred years. I lived no life for several hundred years. I was in a box in somebody's collection in some basement somewhere with a note on it. I had to simply let myself become dormant to not go insane.
My condolences.
But in that, things are changing. You find the right people, you find the right situations, and things can change.
I will be much happier when this war is over.
Is there no other means to stop it? other than eradication?
I don't know. There are a couple possibilities that I am entertaining. I shall be quite honest when I say that the entire war as a concept upsets me immensely. I hate my job.
And yet you're forced to do it.
I was literally created for it. My universe was entrusted to me by my parents.
Darling, I was
am the only hope
created
of
to
its
be
survival.
smoked, and yes, while I love doing that, it helps me with my spiritual aspects. There are other things you can do. I have noticed this. It can be done. Surprise.
That
And
is
yet
true,
you have to have the flesh
but if
coat.
I cannot stop the threat, my universe will be eradicated. And if that does happen, there will be no faith to sustain me. I will vanish.
Potentially, though. To be fair, darling, if you also, I suppose, end this war, how many people are going to continue to pray for war?
Considering that I inherited the domain, I am likely going to give up that domain back to the individual whom I borrow it from.
You can give it back. You do not wish to have it, but yet you can give it back. Why do you not?
Because I require it in the immediate moment.
Why?
My foe does not care for civility, Kisagawa.
Yes, but you said as yourself that is not your domain.
War is not my domain, but it is a necessary tool for me to defend M21 from the threat that is currently ravaging it. My foe has spread throughout my universe like a pox. He corrupts whole planets, entire ecosystems, twisted and turned into mechanical monstrosities, made to sing to the hive mind's tunes, made to inflict agony upon the mortals who reside upon the plane, all for the purpose of summoning some higher power.
No, and even a higher power. That's how it usually goes for mortals, is it not?
Deus, like me, was an eidolon that was created.
Oh, and yet they wish to go up the ladder.
I suppose. I don't necessarily know who they mean to summon. I only know the name, the Grand Cathedral.
Well, that is even worse. We do not know exactly what you're facing against and what the cost is. Perhaps that is a good place to start.
All I know is that he cannot be allowed.
Yes.
Every day, I peruse my universe. I see planets that have been consumed and warped, twisted into planetary-sized battle stations, filled with enough technology to make you vomit at the mere sight of it. I see people whose lives and hopes and dreams were turned into nothing more than information for this great machine to process. I see cruelty inflicted upon mortals who don't deserve it. I see lands dying, drained of their vital energies. My universe is at siege, and for the longest time I have been on the back foot. Only by inheriting the domains of war and shadow have I even begun to stand a chance.
Perhaps, but you also have to understand that you may lose yourself to them and cause the destruction you seek to protect from. That is the balance.
That thought has also crossed my mind.
If anything, I would say, if there is one that is more attuned to this domain and has more experience with it, perhaps you should consider giving it back and forming some sort of alliance. Perhaps you can balance each other.
The individual that I was entrusted the domain of war from is not but a memory. Barely functional. Just alive enough to give me stern lectures about how I burn mac and cheese. But they are not suitable for war. That is why they passed it. As for the domains of shadow, well, that comes from a place, not a person, and that is bound to me.
There's at least...
I shall be forward. I am losing myself. Bit by bit every day, I feel the war taking its toll upon me.
You are not the only one who sees it, dear. That is the point, and that is the problem.
I am just as concerned as everybody else is. But I do not know how to stop it, other than victory. Until this great pageantry my grandfather seems to be putting on runs itself to completion, I do not know that I will ever be free.
Perhaps you need more advisors. People who are at least more tuned to situations such as this. Maybe not exactly like that. But differing opinions and differing understandings.
I do have my pack sworn.
Who? I do not know exactly what that is.
The Packsworn are a group of individuals who have formed pacts with me. I have offered them a portion of my power, my knowledge, and my resources in exchange for their assistance in the war. Be it in an advisory role, a constructory or support role, or a direct combat role.
I see.
We are only about 15 in number.
What were these other options that you said you may have for ending this?
For ending the war? Deus is an eidolon formed of the dark sides of a long-dead pantheon of divinities known as the Golden Pantheon. Long ago, they shed their darkness in an attempt to outdo their predecessors and be free of the burden of Aramitama. This backfired and created Deus, an entity nearly entirely darkness. Negativity, hatred, boundless cruelty. But the Golden Pantheon expired a long time ago. Deus is still alive. Normally when an Eidolon passes on, well, their other energies dissipate too, and they are reborn as something else entirely, in time. But Deus is still here. And where there is darkness, I believe there is light.
You're seeking their
Option 1 is attempting to find the light that has been long lost, whatever remains of the Golden Pantheon. And perhaps I can try to restore them, to use the light that was left to counterbalance the darkness, and in doing so, restore the divinity to its original state.
Perhaps. It's strange that an entire pantheon
That is option 1.
would disappear except for one.
Well, the Golden Pantheon was a group of 11. Originally, I am told they were one singular creator deity, but in an act of penance for their own Aramitama, they severed themselves into 11. These 11 descendants separated their darkness, and then in turn, made one complete entity.
That was so foolish.
I do not necessarily approve of their mechanisms. I spend many days, dare I say, I do not necessarily appreciate the fact that they have left me with their garbage, and the fact that their garbage is now causing me distress, and those around me distress.
I could understand why.
My parents sealed it away along with their help a long time ago. But as each one of them fell turn by turn to both the ravages of time and other mechanisms, well, the seals that bound them got loose, and here we are. I am now left with another world line's trash. But option 1 is purification, trying to find that lost light and bring it together. Option 2 is something that I have been pursuing very recently, with the help of Empatica. Tell me, do you know what a parallel variant is?
I cannot say I do.
The world lines are essentially another term for timelines. It is said out there in the world lines there is an infinite branch of infinite possibilities. 10 trillion variants of you and I, each one for a different occurrence of events.
Oh, they call it
The
parallel
Empaticans
universes.
know how to access these. Yes.
Oh.
The Empaticans are masters of navigating these parallel universes, of making contact with alternative versions in order to regulate their happenstances and ensure that history does not bleed over. By pulling some favors, Empatica has agreed to assist me with my grandfather, and in doing so, are willing to grant me access to parallel realities. I intend to send my Paxworn out to contact alternative versions of myself, because I believe that if there's infinite possibilities, there must be one version of me that figured out how to fix this. One version that is more successful than me.
You're seeking knowledge from them, or seeking them to help you with it?
I do not know if they are able to cross the veil. Generally speaking, the Empaticans tell me it is not necessarily wise to be in contact with yourself.
Yes, I would
But my
honestly say the
Paxworn,
same.
they would have no such restrictions. So at the least, I would have the mask. Did I ever manage a way to fix this? Or is every version of me throughout history doomed to an endless war that both endangers me and those around me?
Darling, the difficulty with that, at least from what I'm understanding, is that what is to say that with infinite possibilities and infinite things, that the one you find with the solution had the same exact process as you did. There could be things different that would not work either.
Right.
I'm honestly saying, or it does seem this first option of yours, finding this lost light, may be the better option for not potentially, what do they call it, fucking up several universes.
I do not necessarily think it will fuck up several universes if we just go to our neighbors and ask.
Potentially. Though at the same time,
it is.
Again, if the solution is assumed to have worked in that reality, there's a reason why it did not work in yours, or a reason why it did not work in others.
Perhaps I simply did not think of it, or I don't know.
Or there are variants on the other side that you cannot, every single one of you cannot account for.
That is also a possibility. Ergo, it is merely an option. Option 3 is the most direct, the one we have been seeking on so far. With the domain of shadows and the power of anima at my hands, I am able to command a power known as Midnight Anima. Simply put, it allows me to devour entities, consume them, and either gain their capabilities or recreate them. I intend to devour Diaz.
I'm going to say
consume him in
this
his
right
entirety.
now. That is a terrible plan. You should not do it. That is what leads to another version of him. Only with you at the center of it, and I do not believe that you wish for that. But I have heard enough stories through histories and things like that, that sort of thing is what happens.
That is fair. Although I have found success in devouring his lesser troops and regurgitating them as troops to my image.
And look at where you are right now, dear.
Nothing a little bit of foundation cannot cover for the time being, right?
That is not what I meant. You're already concerned about losing yourself now.
That's true. Option 4 is perhaps the most dire. I already have the mechanisms in place for it. And I know that it would succeed. But I am holding it as a last resort.
I assume because it involves quite a bit of destruction.
It is the ultimate taboo. A line that even my parents did not dare to cross. Known as line cannibalism.
That is already ominous.
Simply put, it is a rite in which a user is able to fracture the malleable mantle of time and devour their alternative versions, compounding their own power time and time again until they become as an absolute.
Ah, so that
But
goes
it
back to the
almost
form.
certainly leads to you losing yourself.
Losing yourself and the whole messing up multiple universes thing.
Ergo, it is a last resort, one that I am weighing very carefully against all other potential options before I even entertain the concept of beginning such a thing. After all, doing so would mark me. And I'll be honest, I probably will not survive afterwards.
I do
It
not
would
believe
end
many
all
will
things,
survive
certainly,
afterwards in that case. I suggest you not consider it even as a last resort. It will most probably simply lead to more destruction than you were hoping for in the first place.
Yeah.
So it should not cross your mind.
The frustration of my situation, the way my enemy routinely mocks me at each of our engagements, the way his howling, piercing laughter reverberates throughout my universe. He leaks into the Metaverse. He attacks those bound to me and those around them. This war of mine was never meant to leak out. But because I was unable to do what was necessary in the first place, it has become everybody's problem.
Here is something. I have heard, and I have read some things, that sort of thing is not the first time it has happened in this realm. It's happened time and time again. To many people who all have the same concern that, oh no, I caused this, now I must fix it all. So, in that sense, perhaps you can get some, what is the term, advice from those who have been in your footsteps. Look through the records. Some of them are probably still around. I'm told there were several entire wars just in the past few years.
Really?
Yes. Some sort of plague and some sort of holy war.
Out of the foremost options available to me, asking my neighbors for advice, or attempting to reunite a possibly thin hope, are probably the two best options I have for dealing with my primary threat.
I would have to agree with that, out of those.
And then after that, it is just a matter of figuring out how to stop my grandfather.
Ah, elders.
I do not understand him. He was missing, even from my parents' life, to the point that none of us have any recollection of him. But I am told he has been lingering in our dreams, preventing us from having them. He stood alone at some manner of gate, barring a darkness known as the Heartless from coming in.
And the Heartless.
My Paxworn shattered the seal, but I am also told this came at cost. For in doing so, now he has come to war. For reasons I do not know, he has brokered a deal with one of my Paxworn, who is unable to explain the terms of the deal. He just tells me that in the end, it is necessary.
Concerning?
I do not necessarily understand what is necessary. How about letting a madman erase those around me? To lash out at those I call friends. To grasp seeds of my mind, to twist me. I do not understand it. I do not understand at all how this could be considered necessary, even in the slightest.
Neither do I, which is... this is why
he just tells me.
People you trust.
He just says, the fable needs it.
Fable, like a story or...
He talks about... Yeah. My grandfather seems convinced that everything around them is a story that they are writing. They routinely make comments about how they have had to make selective edits and rewrites to the fable to ensure that it proceeds to completion.
Well, I actually know someone named Fable, so that would be quite funny if they went up against him.
I feel like I have heard that name. Goodness. Speaking of...
Yes, he helps run the Bookarium.
Right. I believe I remember them. Speaking of books, whatever happened to Miss Double?
Oh, from what I can tell, she has been working very hard with... She unleashed another aspect of her... Another chapter, I suppose? So she has been reworking herself to an extent. Very busy.
I see. Good on them.
Yes, hopefully she can be around sometime. She did show up for a while, I believe, at the... Oh, what was it, 3 months ago? She's always been busy. I think they're still around.
I don't know. I'm terrified of losing myself, but I'm even more terrified of, well, failing.
Darling, if you do lose yourself, you fail. Think of it that way.
Right. I fail if I lose myself, and if I lose my universe, I fail. If I lose myself to the enemy, I fail. If I cannot stop my enemy, I fail. It is nothing but hot crossed wires all the way down.
You need better, I suppose. Better voices to listen to than this laughter, whatnot, and your grandfather in your head.
I should like to ignore them, but unfortunately, as the guardian deity of M21, well, I have to stop them. I cannot simply let evil run amok because I do not care to fight it.
No, I'm not specifically saying that. As much as I would like to, I understand that our domains are very different. However, you can make things at least a bit easier on yourself by... Well, you say there's this mocking and whatnot. They attempt to do that. Try to think of something else in your head at the same time. Somebody's voice that you trust telling you things that you should be focused more on. It helps quite a lot.
There was a situation recently. I do not know. Have you ever heard of memories manifesting themselves?
I suppose there is occasions where it could happen. Enough mana, enough spiritual energy, whichever it is. Ghosts.
I ask because there was an occasion in which my enemy launched a surprise attack upon our capital ship. The one that my Paxborn travel upon. During the fight, when I summoned the usual army's call for aid, the memories of my parents took shape briefly and were able to assist. But I have been unable to replicate the phenomenon since.
Suppose there was some sort of catalyst that you need to find.
It was nice to talk to my folks. It really was. We caught up. That is why, as I said, she always thought you looked nicer.
That's good to know. I always enjoyed her company.
There are many who miss my parents. I know they are just waiting for them to come back. I don't know if I can.
Well, dear, perhaps that is
You know
another
better
thing
than
you can
I have
ask
limitations.
in these multiple universes if you decide to. But as from what I can tell of being in this realm now and seeing how things have changed, apparently anything is possible.
That is true. This realm once had 7 gods guarding it, and now, I suppose it is nothing.
At the
Just
same time,
lingering
you said there was a
spiritual
chance
energy.
to bring them back. So, there you go. Possibilities.
Well, any kind of ardent worship could eventually bring an Eidolon back. As you are aware, entities like you and I are manifestations of worship.
To an extent, yes.
I don't know.
But if all we were was manifestations of worship, we would not be having this talk right now, just casually.
That is true. I am told I am different compared to my parents, and that I have inherited a mortal's mind.
All children are different from their parents. That is the point of children.
Well, I do not necessarily know how it is. Lord Kami from your universe. Are you your own entities? Do you form a consciousness and then you are free to do as you please? Or are you bound by constraints?
There are some taboos, obviously, or at least there used to be. Some of the greatest ones have apparently changed in 500 years. Then we were to keep outside of view of mortals. Stay on our side of the, I suppose, barrier. Not... most certainly not have children with him. Hanyo were terrible taboo. But now they are just wandering around everywhere. We understand what we can... well, what we are tied to and what pushes us away. Technology, electricity, impurities, purities, that sort of thing. So it is a mix of both. Otherwise, all of us, everything in the universe is natural, technically.
I see.
Yeah, we follow that.
That is different than Eidolons. Eidolons such as I are, by almost direct opposition, manufactured. In their purest form, Eidolons are rigid creatures, purpose-made constructs, formed of praise from a consistent straight line of thought. If enough individuals worship a god of destruction will be formed. If enough worshipping individuals believe that that god of destruction is a god of rebirth, then that god will inherit the domain of rebirth. But at the same time, they are trapped in that role. If they attempt to change it themselves, the faith in them weakens, and they are dissolved. Eidolons don't have the free will that you kami have. I believe I am the first one to have any semblance of it. But that is because my mother was mortal once.
Well, then I suppose that is something you use to your advantage, considering if many of the others were so rigid that they were destroyed, you use what you have to adapt. I suppose there are similarities and differences between us. If enough worshippers can create you, technically I was created by someone who very much appreciated his craft and had a reasoning behind it.
I suppose then you are more or less an eidolon of dedication rather than worship.
I suppose, yes. Though the worshipping has been very nice. It has very much helped with the spiritual energy.
Oh my god. It's wonderful. It is. Gods. A few of the ones who work underneath me call me a walking praise kink.
That is understandable.
I mean, it is technically true, but that doesn't necessarily mean that I like the title.
Unfortunate side effects. It is addictive that way, though.
It is. If you're not careful, it tends to go to the head.
To be honest, darling, I've somewhat noticed.
What do you... Hold on, what do you mean by that?
Like I said, darling, people somewhat notice when things tend to teeter between confidence and arrogance in certain aspects. I am a great and powerful kami. I cannot be flustered. I am terrible. I have destroyed worlds. I've exterminated species. That is the crossing the line part. Yes.
It is mostly jesting. It is mostly jesting. I should be honest. I cannot necessarily accept a compliment. It is one of my
I
flaws.
assumed as much, but after a certain point, people tend to be a little bit, well...
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. For all the power out there at my disposal, I think the moments I savor most are the ones when I don't have any.
I can somewhat understand that. I believe they call it a switch.
I'm not a top Kisagawa. I do not necessarily enjoy being in a dominant position at all. I just have to pretend that I am.
I believe the term is fake it until you make it.
I guess. I just can't fake my way into being a top. The closest I can get is being a brat.
That's enough. Chrono. Well, this has certainly at least been enlightening. But I wish to make you aware, and I wish to learn some things in order to potentially alleviate some concerns. We may not do it entirely, but it is good to know understandings behind things.
I am aware that the situation that I am in, and the way it does tend to affect me, is not necessarily the most conducive to building trust with those who are, well, dare I say, fragile.
Yes. It is a difficult situation, but it is one that people will have to be cautious about until certain aspects can be, I suppose, proper protections that are 100% effective can be found, or at least close enough.
I am thinking. Could I... I have an idea. It is a small thought. But there's another Eidolon who works with me, named Miss Lulu. I may not necessarily have any idea of how to prevent this. But she might.
And that is a good start.
There are a couple possibilities that I have been tossing around in my head. Perhaps the simplest of which being a sealing stone? A part of me long considered simply a sealing stone. You know, a mechanism with which to compound myself down to lower levels of capability. I have already been using something similar for my encounters.
I suppose that could help. Depend on whether it can be used as
Technically
fast.
speaking, on my visitations to the guild, I am already in a compromised state. I'm not at my full strength when I have a body, because I was never born with one. I take this appearance because it is convenient and conducive to cooperation and, well, conversation and travel.
You see. Well, I can understand that.
Ah, Miss Lulu is here. I hope she can get across the water all right. Miss Lulu!
Ah, the one you're speaking of.
Yes, Miss Lulu is the one who originally held the Domain of Dreams. She gave it to me after my domain was destroyed originally. Although, as I said, there doesn't really seem to be a lot to it. Miss Lulu! I am aware. Welcome to the Spring of the Seven Kami. Have you met Miss Kisegawa? I am sure you have met Miss Kisegawa.
I won't see you passing, I'm afraid.
Indeed. Oh, pleasure to meet you. Kisegawa.
Introductions.
You call me Kise.
Kisegawa-san. こんにちは。私はルンルアーと申します。
はじめまして。
はじめまして。
Master Lulu here is an Eidolon like you and I.
I wouldn't call myself an Eidolon, but I am close. I will... To explain what I am, to explain to others, all I was created with a single purpose from the universe. I am the end.
That is quite to the point.
But also its beginning. Well, to understand, it's very simple. You understand that in life, everything must come to an end. That is how all cycles work. Yes?
Yes, for the most part.
But you understand there's also the rise of immortals and other powerful beings that lies beyond the universes, correct?
Of course.
My job is very... My job is to make sure that everything ends properly. So at the very end of the universe, when everything is supposed to go, it is my job to take care of them all. And then, everything will start anew. Another Big Bang, as the people call it.
I see.
You can see why I believe Master Lulu may be able to assist in the issue. She is far more powerful than I am.
Indeed.
Speaking of which, I saw you incapacitated in your train car earlier. Are you alright?
Admittedly, Miss Imperium, as I cannot really lie to you, I am not.
Same.
When you become as old as I, it is difficult sometimes. When you see so many things that remind you of so many others. The pressure of it all.
Seems to be the recurring theme, yes.
I know! It is almost as if this entire conversation has been steered towards the exact same topics. Simply put, to concise the matter concisely, I am told that my growing destabilization is causing issues, to which I am painfully aware. But as far as any methods to, well, dare I say, constrain or otherwise eradicate the instability to ensure safety to those around me, I am at somewhat of a loss. I have already advised them of the universal weak point.
I understand. Imperium, you definitely should come to me and talk to this about it. Though I'm not a good example, I am good counsel.
Counsel is a good start, but potential solutions are the best. Considering things have come up that she does not recollect, and that has caused some concern in that it could kill the people that I am sworn to help, and to keep safe within the realms of my guild.
That is indeed a difficult topic. If I recall correctly, Origin is more so a being beyond Eidolon. I, of course, am able to destroy such a thing if the time needs be, but the problem is the catastrophe that will cause afterwards. They are too connected to this world, so only in the ending can that being be truly dealt with. However, when it comes to try and deal with these sorts of things, it is honestly most difficult. From what you are dealing with, Miss Imperium, of course, isn't something that Origin hasn't done before. They have messed and tampered with the memories multiple times to make you...
Was not expecting what?
Complicit or compliant to what your purpose is.
Sorry, I just saw that.
And honestly, Imperium, You are still a child. Your mind is easily influenced by others. You're honestly not even fully developed in terms of emotion yet.
I was born 7 months ago.
Exactly. You need to learn on how to close your mind completely to outside sources. Though it doesn't help for developing brain, it will make sure it helps when it comes to tampering in the future.
The issue is I'm not certain whether this is tampering or her Aramitama.
Perhaps a little of both.
そうかもしれないね。Well, Imperium.
Yes.
If I recall a while ago, we had a conversation about your worry, right? Your worry about so many things, about so many others. How you can barely understand or reason why people do what they do.
I'm glad I understood enough of that, because it took me a second, because it's fucking, 2, 3 in the morning at this point? I am not fluent.
You have a feeling that
I didn't even get to say the Arinsu at the end of Hajime Mashite.
It's only a theory. But I used to take care of a lot of children. Through my years even, I adopted many and raised so many more. I learned how their minds developed and their guidance to it. Describe your mind, Imperium, would also be like that of a developing child. Which can also explain the constructs you may have accidentally summoned a while back. You are young. Remember that.
It does not necessarily provide a stable solution to the issue, however.
It won't.
As effective as it is, I do not necessarily know if security will be quite happy, knowing that the only effective weapon against me at the present moment, if I truly snap, is to choke me.
They will certainly do what is necessary. Assuming that other things do not go into play, at least in the manner, which is the banishment, obviously, but...
Imperium, if you do indeed snap, I will tell you what will happen. I will deal with you personally. You will not be able to kill me, so I will distract you.
Oh, it's not even 3 yet. Okay. I mean, that's okay to me.
It is that simple. Now, I apologize if I am seemingly in a more serious mood today. I am exhausted, honestly.
I can understand that.
Ah, another lingering theme.
I know. It is almost as if we are all overworked.
Alright, I'll share my side of the story then to just get it over with.
Sure.
I have been... The vessel that Imperium has taken hold of was used to be known as a Trailblazer. It is a train designed to cross the stars, and I was its conductor. And so and also
Really?
attention. I used to feel that train that traveled the stars, and
a star rail of sorts.
I met so many people, gained so many friends throughout the time. I watched I remember seeing children come on board one day. One saying that they wanted to go on an adventure. I, of course, smiled and took him on a journey that they had never forgotten. I watched the children grow old, while I still stayed the same. Some of them became as taller than me. And being on that ship, and back, that ship still remembers me, if you can't tell.
I know.
Pieces and areas shift around to try and accommodate for me, which has been very difficult. There was a time where I was walking down a hallway that was so very familiar. And as if as a reflex, I entered a room expecting to see someone there. Yet there was no one. It was empty. And as I turned to look and turned and saw my reflection within the glass, she was younger, more youthful. She asked what happened to me. I did not answer, but with a blink she was gone. That was only the beginning of what has been occurring. Then after, recently, I have encountered another version of myself. In truth, I am not who I truly am. I may be Lulu, but in truth, I'm just a shard, a fragment of memory of the whole Lulu, the true Lulu. And I met another shard. She is my regret, the part that I am truly afraid of. She is the memory of war. A person that had started and had killed so many just for one person. My dear son, Leon.
Leon!
I still remember the day when I handed him that small little teddy bear. I watched him grow up, and I remember how he waved by as he put on his army boots. Left the house.
Were you...
Yes.
Did you reconcile? Are you two together again? Or are you still distinct entities?
We are separate. We will always be.
Spoilers for Stariel. I hope not.
As I was saying, after seeing him say goodbye, a few months passed and 2 men in uniform came by my door. In their hand was only that little teddy bear, as they told me that they were sorry. And that's the day that war was born. And the pain that I caused is something that I cannot forgive myself for. And then after dealing with all of that, after all of it, I choose to go to a small wedding. A wedding of a dear friend. And do what I can to be supportive to the family. Like they're my own. And then I see a child get kidnapped right in front of me and I was only able to save one of them. It has been stressful, and I do not know how much I can handle or hold this until I choose to hide again.
At least it seems you have the option to hide and not explode into something that will destroy.
Yeah. I do, of course. I, of course, have the option to hide. So, if I were... The thing is that I am not like an idol, unlike you gods. I don't cause shifts throughout the entire universe with my presence. I'm old. Very, very old. And I can be killed over and over and over again. This pain never goes away. It doesn't explode into anything. It just sits and it's just there. Lingering, hurting. In truth, I am as mortal as the rest of them. I just get to live longer and experience more.
I have a feeling we would all be a lot happier if we were not in our own positions.
Yeah, honestly.
Well, most of you.
I'm going to be honest. When it comes to each son, each child that I take care of, each family member, I always lead them to the other side. I take them to the river of souls myself. Guide them across their path to the afterlife. A paradise in which I cannot fathom or ever go to myself. Even though I long to so deeply. Have you all ever had that sort of feeling before? With your age? With what you know and seen? Don't you just want to just join them all and be happy again?
Yeah, I've had that feeling.
I've had that.
I'd rather simply take the memories and keep going on and find new ones. There's been quite... Well, I suppose I'm not as old as you and have not seen as much as you. But there is much I wish to see.
Opinions. And I wish you the best of it. I am sure you will get to see everything that you desire to and more. After all, you have such a lovely individual supporting you. I have no doubt in my mind that you will be able to live the life that all of us dream of.
Indeed, there's something
But you
I do
see
for
the
each
kind of
other.
issue that we are dealing with.
That I do hope as well. I know it may be rude or somewhat mean to say, but part of me wishes that you do not live as long as me. You do not experience the pain and hurt that I do.
I'm hoping for not so much the former, but definitely the latter. But I have my high priest to help me with that.
I kind of wish I could be purified by High Priest, but unfortunately, the other rituals only serve to strengthen my existence, not necessarily purify me. I mean, I suppose worse comes to it. there's always that reset button I told you of, but that is...
Oh, darling, have you ever thought of this? One of your domains is purity, is it not?
It is, but it is more of an aggressive purity than it is a sort of flowing purity.
And who gets
As
to
in-
say what that is but the creator?
Technically, my believers do.
Well, then you can shape their
It
beliefs.
I just explained it to you. Whenever you try to meddle in your own domain by shifting your massive public opinion, you run the risk of a resonance cascade that can result in your entire existence.
That may be true, but that is in form of a forceful change.
Indeed.
What you need to do is take time. Sit with the people, talk to them, let them understand and let them learn. They need to grow as you grow. If you do not do that, then everything will collapse like a tidal wave.
And you have your pact sworn to help you with that.
Like an earthquake.
Provide some extra voices.
I am glad I have them.
There's one thing that you need to understand, Miriam. There is few constants in the universe. As of life, growth is also very important. Everything grows within the universe. And so if you try and forcefully grow something, that is when the problem starts. He needs time to nurture and develop. Which is, yeah, that's really about it.
There must be some way to reel myself in or suppress myself when everything begins to cascade downwards. I have a mask, but as you see, it does have its toll. And it's not perfect. It is not all-consuming. Even with the mask on, while I'm in control, it still eats at me. It's not a perfect calmness. It's like a lid on top of a boiling pot. You still get burnt.
Yes, it does not seem to be working, and it seems to be working less.
Miss Imperium.
Hello, Link.
There's something you can do. It's something that I attempted a long while ago. But due to my age, I was not able. Use your passion or your negative thoughts, your bad emotions. Put it as fuel for the train, for the vessel. Use it and focus it out. And let it burn away into the fires of the engine.
I don't get to keep control of myself enough to really direct it. Link has seen what has happened when I fall to my atomic cycle. Sometimes I don't even recognize people.
I am the only one able, so I will teach you. Though honestly, I'm not in a good state to do so. I will do so anyway. It is a mother's job to nurture a child, after all.
Fine, but I'm not calling you mommy.
Is it, pardon me, but is it right if I make a lewd comment?
Go ahead, we could use some total whiplash.
Oh, this is great. Gossip. Wonderful.
You already call me that in bed, sweetie.
Excuse you.
Saw that one coming.
Oh my.
But shush. They'll swing you or something, I don't know.
But yes, I will help you. It will take time. And it won't be instant. Nothing ever should be.
We shall see if it works out then.
Yes.
Meanwhile, I suppose we at least have options for making certain that certain things don't happen in the guild.
Actually. Hold that thought for like 5 seconds. I will be right back. I just need to fetch something from the demi plane. I have an idea.
Alright.
It is a rather foolish idea. But I have an idea. Hold that thought.
Good start, good start. I'm curious.
So, my new friend. Aki, right? Or was it?
Kise. Kiseru.
Kise.
I'm a Kiseru Kiseru Obake.
Oh, I understand. Kise-san. There is... You talked about memories before, about holding on to them. Then there was something that I would recommend. I do not know if you're aware or not, but memory flows everywhere. Throughout life, throughout
We could probably hear
even the wood, the planets, everything. You need, if you wish to use that memory to your advantage, to learn more about places, you need to focus and listen to the part that your ears tend to avoid. Stuff that your ears have gotten used to, such as the wind, or the birds chirping, or...
This is an interesting concept, considering technically I do not normally have ears.
Right.
Sorry, darling, this is a flesh golem.
I understand. Fair enough. But you understand what I mean. To focus on the small things that don't get noticed.
There is something you wish to speak.
And essentially, you increase your perception,
Goodness gracious, so many people coming to me for work reasons.
you'll be able to hear
we shall have our
something,
conversation.
and sometimes even see a few things that are left behind.
Curious. I have not focused too much on that. I usually get my information from the other yokai and Kami. We love to gossip. Skumogami love to gossip.
Lady Kise.
Fair enough.
Catch.
Ooh.
It is a small sigil stone. I was rather hasty in the incantations, but I believe it should do the job.
Sigil stone?
I made it somewhat in a hurry, so I do not necessarily have time to give it the usual pomp and circumstance like the blade of eternal wet dreams or whatever.
Sorry, what?
But it is more or less a panic.
The what?
Oh no, I'm curious now. Now you have to do it.
Do what they say is spill the tea.
No. Okay, listen. That is a story for another. Yes.
See, this is the sort of gossip I listen to, dear.
I'm used to this.
Essentially, it is a panic button. If you press it, there are constrained bands of force that should do the job.
I see.
You may pass it on to security with my blessings and apologies for the trouble. I don't know what to give it as far as a name. Panic
I
button
could
seems
name
like
it.
an apt descriptor for it, but I guess if you'd like to give it a relic name, you may, but it is more or less just a rock that activates a simple force spell.
You know someone in security is going to call it a no shit button. You know it.
The no shit button.
Cole, I have a better idea.
Is the button's last name Sherlock?
Call it what?
The sigil. The sigil of no.
Oh.
Not today.
Oh, just
I would
no.
call it more or less. No.
No.
That is.
Just no. Just
You should
no.
give it at least a name, something like it is a device to fetter a god. I would think it would have a better name than just no.
The sigil of god fettering is quite amusing, actually.
Oh shit.
The sigil of god fettering. That is. Sure, we can go with that.
Fair enough.
It sounds a lot better than the Choke Imperium button.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you, dear. I shall pass you on.
I suppose that is the best I can do on such a short notice, but I hope it helps.
It is a start.
Just
The
letting
point
you
is to
know.
let you know to continue to further find better options and make certain nothing happens.
I'm doing my best.
Right.
War is hell.
So if you're going to get to know us better, there is one thing I must inform you of.
Is it the
That you
fact that I
must
cannot
know-
cook?
Yes. It is for the safety of her people.
Okay, but I know why that is.
You connected the oven directly into the engine of our ship.
Okay, but listen, hear me out. I know why I can't cook. It is not necessarily a lack of technique. I have all directions to the
See, darling,
letter.
this is why we cannot stand technology. It's just
Is it because
like
you're
it's an aversion.
Listen, do you want to... You know what she
No,
did?
but it's just that I'm cursed.
She scattered I told her to scramble some eggs. She scattered them across the universe.
It is a curse.
See, this is why Echo does all the
know why it
cooking
will
and
not
Sigurd
work.
technically, but mostly Echo.
You...
Tony, check this.
Listen. For your safety, do not cook. I understand. I know it's a curse, but still.
Listen, all I have to do is find a way to get rid of the curse, and I can.
She
make
knows people who
cheese
love to cook.
love.
She will be fine.
If you need someone to cook, I will offer my services. You tried my cooking.
See, there you go
But I
again.
want to cook something special for Echo.
Or have me do it. I know too many
It's
recipes.
not the same. I'd like
What do
to
you mean it's
prepare
not
him
the
a
same?
dinner one of these days. I would like to prepare Echo a dinner one of these days. I
Darling,
cannot
what you
that
do
if
is
I
you
just
get
ask other
food
people to
elsewhere
cook.
and then you put it on a plate pretty, and there you prepared it.
Am I going to disguise fast food as my own cooking, Isabella?
No, you simply say you prepared it. You did not say you cook it.
We're not having steamed hams.
Steamed what? Who would eat that? That sounds terrible.
All right. Everybody, silence. Everybody, silence. Superintendent Chalmers, welcome. Our grilled and unforgettable luncheon.
I have no idea what is going on, but it hurts me somehow.
Oh, my roast is ruined.
I'm in pain somehow. I do not know why, but I hate it.
Well, what if I were to purchase fast food and disguise it as my own cooking?
Listen, all I need to do...
devilish, Seymour.
All I have to do is figure out a way to banish this curse. I have already tried curse removal. I have already had Tony eat it once. It comes back. I don't know why, but the only effect it seems to have is that no matter how prepared a food is, if I do any action that would finish the meal, it goes wrong. I tell you, I put a piece of bread down on a plate. I took a slice of cold ham. I place it on top of the bread. I take the last slice of bread. I put it on top of the ham. The sandwich bursts into flames.
Dubious food.
You want to know what she has done once?
Sandwich abuse.
I gave her War gave her a very simple task. She was supposed to pour the pancake batter into the pan with the ladle.
I made a cake out of the pan.
They poured the entire bowl.
Yes, no, you should simply let Echo cook or get something for you both. Put some flowers on the plate, he will love it.
Know. Some flowers. Should I just purchase food from the store and then add some decorations?
Yes.
But that's not
See,
exactly cooking a
you
meal from scratch.
prepared it. No, but it is edible and not destructive. That is the point.
I have an idea.
Services
Okay.
as a cook.
See, there you are.
It's very, very simple. You go to the store, right? You go to this human store. You find
the human store.
Chicken aisle. Yes, the
As
chicken
opposed
aisle.
to the Eidolon. As opposed to the Eidolon store.
You don't go there?
You have stores?
I go to the
Are they
public.
fashionable? I need to find one of these.
I go to the Publix down the road.
It's very simple. I'll tell you how to get there. It's at the exact center of the universe. Give or take 50 feet.
Oh, I shall. As long as
it's a little
Sigurd
off to
knows,
the
I'm
right.
certain he can get us there somehow.
Wait, which universe? You have to be specific.
There's a lot of them.
There are.
Welcome to the Metaverse.
7296B.
There you go.
7296. We'll try to remember that.
6B.
7296B.
That's out of my comprehension.
In those stores, you
Something
can
to
find
that's about it.
everything you need, including, and not limited to, I'm going to be like the big nail polish that looks like the galaxy itself. Because it's literally made out of the galaxy itself.
Oh, that does sound
Oh,
nice.
of course. It does sound very pretty.
Wait a minute. Do other
Sounds like
Eidolons
pressure,
just
though.
buy their clothing? Hold on.
But then if someone bit their nails, then would they be eating people?
Technically, yes.
Not exactly. How should I explain it?
People is the thing you worry about?
Right. How should I do this? Hey, Impy, can
I'm
you
told,
borrow,
like, sometimes they're
bag of
sentient
sword,
onion people
whatever
or
you
something.
want,
I don't
whatever
know.
you have on your
Oh gosh. No, not that. Shit. I don't usually bring weapons into a.
I mean, to be fair, you're wearing swimwear.
Chancla.
Oh, is that one of the homing ones I've heard of?
You asked for a weapon.
That is indeed a weapon.
Alright, you will have to do. Can you run your nail deep into my body? Like just through the arm. It'll
that is
explain a
something
few
very-
things.
I mean, that's something very forward to ask.
That is
somebody
very
on the
forward. I was
first
going to
date.
say that is very forward. However, the question is, do you bleed? Because blood is very impure and it...
I do. Not exactly. Not technically.
Please
It's not
don't
really
take
blood.
Kisagawa. This is a spring.
You say you do, but you
I
don't.
am- That
as
I'm sorry
well.
about make up your mind.
So at least in my realm, yes, blood and things associated
Yeah.
with that are impurities that...
It's not blood. It's the universe.
It's the universe.
Cosmium.
No getting universes into the spring of the hot spring.
Okay.
It's
I'm sorry, I'm
not.
gonna interrupt.
They're not going to
You're
do
bleeding
that.
universes?
I mean,
I don't
you know,
bleed universes. I'm made out of the universe. It's what I
I bleed
am.
universes.
Are we
was
not
born
all,
from it,
technically?
and I'm designed to end it.
You know,
Like I am made
more.
specifically from the universe itself.
I mean, technically
Yes,
speaking,
everyone is.
cool. I don't understand.
in the grand scheme of it, we're all a part of some wider universe.
I don't have to understand it.
We've been at this a while.
My job is to make sure that they're alive. That's
It's
it.
not really blood, but still freaking me. It's why I explain I
My
can
beautiful
die, but I
flesh
never
is in
do
the ground.
actually die.
By the way,
No dying.
Not really blood or anything.
Yes,
It's
Maybe in
just
association with death, although it was a bit... It gets
Who's
complicated.
here? Alright, have you been itching?
Yes.
Yeah.
Soft bonk. Stop itching.
I cannot
The only
help
reason
it.
why I can't die is because essentially the universe says no.
Can't help it.
Oh, you have your own note button.
Find something to help it.
No, not I don't got my own no button. Literally the universe is like,
we're calling it the
you
no
can't
The universe has a note button for you. Understood.
It is.
because
Because
essentially I'm
suppression.
still, but it essentially is designed specifically for. It's just because the universe needs me to keep itself alive. I'm its backup, so it focuses all its energy keeping me alive most of the time.
Oh, quite a life.
Yeah, it's quite
We've been at this a while.
I just wish to be smoked. It is nice. Especially though.
But I believe I have a lot of work to do.
That's normal.
Honestly, I really am tempted to go into the hot spring, but this.
Well, then just. It's a hot spring. You just take it
Do you
off.
want me to put a blindfold on?
I can close my eyes.
No. It's just more so wondering if it's okay with him.
Well, I'm.
If your people are okay with not it or not.
Either way, I
As
should
far as you are,
probably at least get
assumably
back
I'm
to
the
the
only
guild
male
for
here,
now.
so-
Sigurd is going to pick me up. And I shall make
Sure.
certain to get this
I
into the
feel a
schedule.
Consider it a contingency plan. I hope it helps.
Thank you for speaking to me, dear.
Please don't call it a no button. It is technically a divine relic, even if I made it hastily over the course of 15 to 20 seconds.
No one is going to.
Button. Deal with it.
People are just going to say, get the thing for Imperium. That is literally all they are going to do, and you know it. You cannot simply take the entire name of a divine relic when you're trying to rush to get it and use it. Before something terrible happens. There's no time for this.
Hold on. It's kind of like naming your ships very long names. And you're like a captain. The sword of Sahili goes to first ever, like, and it's gone.
Exactly.
That is fair.
Sword has these names.
But yes, I suppose we should all get back to work. This was a nice hangout. Let us do it again sometime. I have enjoyed the time we spent together.
Got done with training.
Certainly do.
Alright, guess I'm doing more training.
But
Honestly, I do.
Yes, I do.
Honestly, I do wish that we could have a more lighter conversation. Apologies about my own experience. It is.
Perhaps next time, dear.
Okay.
If you ever wish to gossip, I
next
love
time.
gossip.
Next time.
Did I say love gossip? I love gossip.
When I find the recipe for a proof of concept,
Sarcasm.
we are all going to have a round of drinks and get idolically shit-faced.
Oh, exciting!
I know a place. Actually, I know several places.
I can see how.
Proof of concepts.
I must see how far this flesh golem can go for drinks.
But I have good
It
places.
is mostly dragon.
Otherwise, I have some good shit on me. I know people.
In which
I
case,
must talk to Keith.
you're good.
Keith.
Don't worry.
Oh,
I can get
Don't
you.
worry,
exciting.
my friend.
Oh, I know why. Never mind.
Listen,
Keith has the proof of
I think you'll be fine when it comes
Yeah, I know.
to that.
I got some good
Especially
shit.
with the
indeed.
proof of
That's
concept.
something I can't get.
Because I've heard rumors about the proof of concept. And hopefully, if it can get me drunk, I will be so grateful.
it can get
I'm
me
excited.
drunk.
Man.
If it does happen to kill the flesh golem, it's fine. I'll have Ellis get me a new one.
Keith.
Right, before you go, here's a hug from me to you, if you'd like.
Who?
If you'd like.
Oh.
Perhaps not now, dear. Perhaps once we get to know each other a bit more.
Yeah, no.
But I appreciate
I remember.
not just doing it. Do you know how many times people have head pat me in my normal form since it is very small? It is very
Still
unnerving.
remember them, huh?
Honestly, it's quite annoying, so that's why I asked first.
I appreciate that.
Yeah. There's a curse for being tall, though. Unless someone is taller than you, they will. Here's the thing.
Smile.
If you are taller than me,
Yes.
then if people are taller than me, then are more easier to head pat. If people are shorter than me, it's more difficult to.
I
It still
win.
hurts me.
I'm in danger.
I still win.
Yeah, maybe.
I
can't believe Luke is giving head to two girls.
No, I'm.
You're both being head patted.
I need to go. Please, somebody. I do not have teleportation powers. Yes.
Could someone?
Kise.
Yes, may I help you?
I did not tell
Could
you.
someone?
Yes, the person who has the
Here,
proper Bifrost powers is not here.
Oh, a moment.
Right.
Sorry for intruding.
And here it goes screaming.
No, it's fine.
As strange as it is, you need only walk into the stone. It is like liquid. It shall return you back to the guild grounds.
Listen,
Are you feeling better?
Oh, wonderful.
Need me to carry you?
No.
I could, if you should like, I can just toss you.
Tossing.
I'd rather be honest than
I mean, it is either that or a princess carry you. I mean, I cannot manifest ice into the hot spring. It is a hot spring.
It is fine, dear. It is fine, dear.
Not eat the Kise.
Exactly. You have the heroes.
No. Have a good night.
Good night. She's come back to the guild grounds. Slightly wet. And message Sig that she needs to put something in the. They need to put a item in the security room. And then let's just go home. I was making beef stew. Yeah, let's go. Perfect, all the good news. Yeah, that'll be it for me tonight. That was a good long night though. There was some good scenes going on there. That was fun. Basically there as soon as he gets it. Nice. Yay. the nope button is put in the security room. And she'd also let him know about the other nope button pressure.
Hi, thanks for checking in. I'm still a piece of garbage.
Delta, hi.
Hey Flint, you're super cool.
No, you're cool. Thank you so much. How you doing? Oh man, it's late. I mean, it's not that late. I'm usually awake doing shit at this time of night anyway, so I might as well have been role playing. But well, normally my hands wouldn't last this long, but since Warden's is on a 2-week break, I'm not doing that beforehand, so I still have my hands. In Hawaii, so it's a bit hot. Hey! Bit hot, okay, but it's Hawaii. Hopefully it's at least okay otherwise. Someday I get to Hawaii. I've never been. Good. I'm glad. Oh. I think that was a pretty good scene. Not perfect answers, and honestly, partly she's just like, oh, all this war. I'm not going to get involved in this. This is it is good to have perspective, but half of this I do not need. But well, got some information to pass along to Jaden and them, and something for security to have for the guild, just in case. She was pretty certain that it had something to do with the Aramitama, or she didn't know about like the grandfather thing, so that's another potential, which is concerning. War never changes. Gentlemen, I love war. No, I don't. No, I don't. I like Helsing, though. Yeah, I guess that'll be it for me for tonight, but damn, that was good times. Oh, why is it suddenly really hot in this room, damn it? I just finally stood up after a while. It was nice and chill when it was sitting. So yeah, I got some lying fork tomorrow, most probably. I'm probably hosting, I don't know. I'm gonna I'll see how I'm doing. I don't know if it'll be a half day or not. Because I do have physical therapy tomorrow again, so we'll see how I'm feeling after that. But then I should be back for probably Calypsia then would be next, if depending on fork. Who can I send people to tonight? Who's doing the thing? Not too many people because it's super late, but that's understandable. I don't normally get to... Oh yeah, Wolf's doing the thing. Fuck yeah. Wolf's probably still back at the guild. Oh, let me make sure that that's still true because...
You should go.
Oh, yep, they're there. If anything, it'll be maybe a raid train, who knows. Let me get this working properly, hopefully. All right. Oh yeah, y'all are great. Like I said, I'll probably see you tomorrow. If not, I'll be back on Friday otherwise, unless something comes up scene-wise, which who knows, it might. Metaverse is like that, we'll see. Maybe I'll do another field trip sometime too. But yeah, appreciate you all. Send some love to Wolf. And until next time, you all stay safe, stay healthy, stay safe, stay healthy, take care of yourselves, take care of each other. Good night! If it'll let me.
Sexual polyhedral dice.